Stevenson will be joining us shortly, so in the meantime, I will be chairing the meeting. First, I'd like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and Métis homelands, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as the Métis and Inuit, and now home to settlers from around the world. And I'll go next to a roll call with committee members. Like I said, Councillor Stevenson will be joining us shortly. I am here. Councillor Carmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Mayor Sohi is here.
Good morning.
And just checking to see if we have colleagues online. We have Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Good morning. And that is it. Next, can I have adoption of the agenda?
Councillor Tang, I'll move adoption of the agenda with the following additions. 7.2, ETSAB, a review of winter mobility and accessibility of pathways to transit stops. 7.3, administration response, ETSAB report, a review of winter mobility and accessibility of pathways to transit stops. Published on October 3rd, 2023. 7.4, youth perspectives on transit in Edmonton, an analytical report of ongoing transit issues from the youth lens. 7.5, administration response, youth perspectives on transit in Edmonton, an analytical report of ongoing transit issues from the youth lens. And 9.1, high-speed mobility options, which will be in private pursuant to sections 16, 21, 24 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Great, thank you. If there's no questions, so please vote.
Yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's passed. Councillor Carmel, would you like to move the minutes?
Thank you. I will move the minutes of the September 19th, 2023 Urban Planning Committee meeting.
Great, thank you. And are there any additions, edits, questions? If not, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Thank you. Protocol items, I'm not aware of any. No, okay. No, okay. Thank you. So we'll next go to the selection of items for debate. So colleagues, if you can sign up. Go ahead, Mayor Sohi.
7.1. And 7.2 and 7.2 and 7.3 are cross-referenced as well. Oh, I'm interested in all of them. You want me to example? Okay, okay. All right, okay. 7.4, 7.5, and 7.6. Sorry.
Oh, wait. Councillor Rutherford?
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, are you done?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rutherford? Oh, Councillor Rutherford? Can you hear us?
Yes, sorry, I just couldn't. I'm trying to split screen, sorry. 9.1, please.
Thank you. And those are the items I wanted to select as well. And I think that's all items. Right. Can we vote on the,
Councillor Tang, I'll move all other
Thank
items.
you. So that's 5.1, 2, and 3. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried.
Thank you, Chair Tang. This morning, Urban Planning Committee has passed the recommendations of the following reports without debate. Item 5.1, non-market affordable housing options, is approved with a revised due date of first quarter 2024, Urban Planning Committee. Item 5.2, downtown community revitalization levy, financial incentives funding program, is approved with a revised due date of October 31st, 2023, Urban Planning Committee. And item 5.3, office tower conversions, is approved with a revised due date of October 31st, 2023, Urban Planning Committee.
Excellent, thank you. Next, we'll do a request to speak.
Councillor Tang, I will move that Urban Planning Committee hear from the following speaker on items 7.2, 7.3, which are cross-referenced, 7.2, ETSAB, a review of winter mobility and accessibility of pathways to transit stops, and 7.3, the administration response to that report. And I move that we hear from Eric Lewis of the Canadian Union of Public Employees Local 30, who's here in person.
Great, thank you. And just double checking with clerk that we don't have anybody else last minute registration.
We have not received any last-minute registrations.
Okay, sounds good. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. Do we have anything for time specific?
Councillor Tang, I'll move that the following item be dealt with at 1:30 in the afternoon. First item at 1:30 this afternoon, and that is 7.5, Youth Perspectives on Transit in Edmonton, an analytical report of ongoing transit issues from the youth lens.
Sounds good. And we do have a time specific for 7.1 being first item, but we don't need to move that, right?
Now
Right.
Yeah, thanks. Did you have anything else?
Well, I'm just reading the prepared notes, but 7.5 is actually the administration response. So I think it should be 7.4 and 7.5 that would happen at 1:30. Am I right on that? Or should it be 7?
Yes, they're being dealt with together.
Yeah, so they both be at 7.4 and 7.5 at 1:30 this afternoon.
So if you can maybe update the wording of that after. Appreciate that.
Sorry,
Okay.
I should have caught that.
Yep, thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's passed. Thank you. Now we have councillor inquiries, and we have a few. Go, if you want to sign up. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Tang. So I will read in my inquiry now. That administration provide a report to committee summarizing the current licenses that are issued to vendors that provide services for e-scooters and e-bikes, as well as a summary of the experiences so far reported to the city, any areas for improvement from the launch of the program in the spring, and how program changes were reflected in the contracts with vendors going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. And so that will be in place of the motions pending, correct?
Yeah, so when we get to that, I'll withdraw that motion.
Gotcha,
Yes.
thank you. Councillor Carmel?
Great, good morning. I have 3 inquiries I'd like to make. And these have been shared with the clerk and administration. So the first one is, can administration please provide the following information via memo? A list of scheduled closures of all arenas, broken down by individual ice sheet, for the remainder of the 2023-2026 budget period. And the memo should include seasonal closures and scheduled closures for maintenance. Second inquiry is, can administration provide the following information via memo? Revenue and expense figures for each of the city's lines of service and subservice, similar to the priority-based budgeting list provided in November of 2022, in a shareable format such as CSV or XLS document, and that these figures reflect the final approved 2023-2026 operating budget as at December 31st, 2022. And the third inquiry I'd like to make is, can administration provide the following information via memo: a breakdown of total taxation revenue estimates between growth and revenue from existing properties for the remainder of the 4-year budget operating period, which would be the years 24, 25, and 26. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor Carmel. So we have those for inquiries. Reports to be dealt at a different meeting. We don't have any, and we dealt with requests to reschedule the reports. We don't have any unfinished business, so we're on to our first public reports. Item 7.1, Naming Committee, moving policy to action plan. The delegation, please. And we have a presentation. Great. I think any one of those chairs. Awesome.
Good morning, Your Worship, councillors. My name is Erin McDonald. I am the current chair of the Edmonton Naming Committee. It's my pleasure to be here today with my co-chair, Matthew Dance. We will be presenting our report to the Urban Planning Committee this morning. And this is in response to our policy, which was adopted about 2 years ago. And we've been working through the policy. We've identified several areas where we would like to make adjustments, but these are at council's level. Don't know how to advance this, sorry. The purpose of this report is to share with you our feedback based on our lived experience working with the existing naming policy, responding to community feedback, and ensuring that we're adhering to the principles and practices that Council has laid out for us. As a background, of course, the Naming Committee is a long-standing body of the city. We are a decision-making body, and that means that we, on behalf of Council, conduct the review and approval of names for municipal assets. Today, we will go over substantive issues that we've experienced, some process issues that we'd like to address, and some suggestions for a path forward. Move the slide forward. Thank you, sorry. For your reference, our goal is to align our practices with that 2021 naming policy. We want to ensure there's a robust process that supports the policy outcomes that you have approved. We do have several gaps and issues in the naming process, and our hope is to propose those solutions to fill those gaps. A little bit more background on us. I'll move the slides forward. Naming applications are presented through the committee through 3 main streams: community, developer, and city administration. We do strive for consistency between these 3 streams by ensuring there is a consistent approval process and lenses through which we view them. We ensure each application meets the criteria that is laid out in policy C509C. Let me move forward to the next slide. So to help me explain some of our substantive issues, I'm going to turn the chair to our Vice Chair, Matt Dance. Matt?
Hi, good morning. The first substantive issue is around the Naming Edmonton data set. Working with a premise that you can't manage what you don't measure, we're interested in having a current and robust data set of Edmonton's place names as a way to understand the origin and range of names that we have, as well as if we're making any progress with a new naming policy. The City of Edmonton possesses 2 data sets of place names. The first one is a Naming Edmonton open data set of place names, and it resides on the City of Edmonton's open data portal. This data set is based on the book Naming Edmonton from Ada to Zoe, and includes place names from 1795 when Edmonton was incorporated to 2004 when the book was published. A closed data set of place names is maintained by the City of Edmonton administration. This data set is based on the Naming Edmonton open data and is currently being brought up to date with those place names approved by the Naming Committee after 2004. So our first substantive issue is that we don't have a current, open, and publicly accessible data set of all place names in Edmonton. We would like to support admin in working towards completing that data set. So that's the data completeness bit. Having a data set 2 decades out of date underpins the committee's challenge in making evidence-based decisions and tracking progress based on what we've done in the past with old naming policies and how the new naming policy might impact the outcomes that we're looking for. The second issue is data accuracy. It's not certain that the metadata associated with each place name is accurate. Data elements such as the description of the place name, the location, the year assigned may not be precise. For instance, many place names representing diversity were approved in the 20th century. But they were approved by a committee that wasn't consulting with the diverse communities whose names they were choosing to represent. These names now have been properly vetted with native language speakers and may be geographically or factually incorrect. And then there's the appropriateness of names. Assessing the appropriateness of Edmonton's place names should be considered a risk assessment exercise. As documented by place names such as Oliver, there is a risk that Edmonton place names may be deemed problematic when viewed through the lens of our new naming policy, Indigenous framework, or gender-based analysis plus. The commemorative policy review process has indicated a desire to review existing names. However, there's been no progress with that committee in over a year. It is critical to establish a plan and a pathway to show intentional action to audit the names already applied in Edmonton. Yes. And the second substantive issue is the names reserved list. The names reserved list is maintained by the naming committee. Its purpose is to act as a database of place names that have been pre-approved by the naming committee. The issues are specifically, it's not governed by a policy that determines how and when a reserved name may be added or added to the list or used. So the names reserved list exists outside of the policy that the naming committee uses in determining the appropriateness of a name through the other streams that Aaron described previously. Many names have remained on the list for several decades and no longer meet the criteria established with the current naming policy, and many names have limited, erroneous, or unsubstantiated information from historical submissions that should be carefully reviewed before being applied to any municipal infrastructure and may no longer be appropriate.
So in addition to 2 significant issues, we have several process issues that I'll briefly outline. The first is ensuring that recruitment to the naming committee represents a robust adherence to the commitment to diversity and the principles of the 21st century. Within this context, we do want to consider a long-term recruitment strategy to target a slate of qualified candidates with diverse skill sets, professional and educational backgrounds, and of course, lived experiences. The next item aligns with that, which is increasing our community engagement and outreach as it relates to discussing the process of naming, the policy that exists, and our hope for the community's involvement in the naming activity. This would increase enthusiasm for names that are approved, ideally, and community support. Further, we do hope to work to produce a standardized video that could be shared with groups like the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues, so community leagues could understand how they could participate in this important process. Indigenous naming, of course, is top of mind. Our policy states that this is a primary function of the naming committee. And while there has been engagement with the Indigenous community on recent naming of civic assets, we do believe there is a lack of a robust Indigenous community-informed naming process to help us, as well as administration, work with appropriate groups when considering the use of Indigenous names. We would like to conduct a process assessment. We believe one of the challenges is inaccessibility of the naming process and unfamiliarity with how it works. We don't entirely know what barriers there are to the community participating in this, but we would like to understand more. And lastly, the City of Edmonton has a facility name sale policy. And while the naming committee is not opposed to the policy as it stands, we do find it contradictory to our naming policy. The process to create mutually beneficial arrangements with businesses and external third parties do conflict with the spirit and intent of naming policy C509C. We don't recommend withdrawing the naming assets policy, simply severing the two and creating a barrier that would prevent those from coming to the naming committee, as it does not allow us an opportunity to provide any assessment when a name sale has come forward to us that is signed and sealed. I'll move to the next slide. We do have a number of recommendations. I would like to draw your attention to attachment 1 that includes our recommendations as well as the anticipated outcomes and timelines. In the interest of brevity and moving your meeting along, we won't go through them one by one, but Matt and I would be happy to respond to questions or any other information that you may wish to have come forward. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for that presentation. I guess just a question to the clerks. If we have questions for administration about the content of the report, would they be part of the delegation? Or can they be called up to answer or no?
They are on the delegation.
Oh, they are. Okay. Great. Thank you. Mayor Sohi, you selected this item. Would you like to go first?
Yes, thank you so much. Let me start with the last one on the third-party naming of municipal facilities, because that's a different process in a way that administration works with the proponent or business, and they sign an agreement, then comes to you for kind of a naming approval. That's not the process that you follow, actually, because you're more consultative, community-based, and all that. So we want to kind of separate that process to I think that makes sense in my mind, that and there's also more clarity on part of the administration as well. Does that, maybe this is to administration, does that require any sort of direction from the committee to kind of sever those ties, or that can be done administratively?
Morning, Mayor. Before I answer that, I'd just like to introduce myself as Travis Pollock, as Acting Branch Manager of Development Services, and with me today is Corey Sousa, who is the Administration Liaison to the Naming Committee. So we'll be happy to answer questions, and we'll jump to that one right now. So working with our partners in Community Services, who manages the naming of facilities, whether it be corporate or not, we are ready to move ahead and sever that relationship as part of the overall advancement and modernization of the naming committee. So that doesn't take any additional direction or resources.
Okay, got it. I just want to convey my deepest appreciation to Chair McDonald and Vice Chair Dance for the work you have been doing and the members have been doing. I've been to some of the celebrations where new names were given to new parks, and the amount of celebration and excitement in the community was phenomenal. And thank you for doing that work. So on the some of the gaps that you have identified, first of all, I just want a better understanding. The data set that city currently got now is not complete. It doesn't have all the names that have been already given to places and facilities.
So the public-facing data set is current to 2004, and it's based on the book Naming Edmonton from Ada to Zoe. So it's only reflective of the names that were in that book. Mm-hmm. From 2004 to 2023, administration has been working to update that data set and make it current, and I'm not sure what the current status of that is.
Thank you for the question. So what we're doing is we do have our own data set, but that contains many dates, applicants' information, and longer form biographical information and write-ups. So what we're doing is we're taking that data and we're bringing it we're using the same criteria that the public-facing open data currently has. So it's more consistent and more in alignment with that data set, as well as adding geographic coordinates to the different names so they can be mapped. So that's bringing what we have from 2004 to 2023, and that's ongoing. So that should be completed in a couple of months.
And prior to that date, prior to 2004?
So that data, the public-facing data set is already available. It's available to the public through the Open Data website. So what we're doing is we're adding the names between 2004 to 2023 to that data set.
And that also includes kind of making sure that it's accurate, right? And the accuracy of the data?
That's right. That's part of the process is looking for spelling errors. However, once that data set is complete, then we'll do a holistic review, as Vice Chair Matt mentioned, regarding the accuracy of some of the information. So what we're doing is we're just bringing the data set up to date, but then we're going to do a review once all the names from those 2 decades have been added to that data set.
So on that recommendation, do you need direction from administration? Again, that's something being, worked with the naming committee. Like, what are the next steps on that?
Yeah, so there's a number of recommendations outlined, the 8 of them. There's a few that we are working towards, 5 out of the 8. One of them includes bringing the data set up to date. So we are working on that one, so we do not need direction or additional resources to complete that. It's ongoing work, it takes time, and we do have limited resources right now.
Got it. It'll be good I think, for us to understand where you need direction from us, where you can actually do that work administratively. Good. I'm out of time. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I guess one thing that really surprised me in the report from the naming committee was how out of date the data set is. Can administration speak to, was that a project that got it up to date to that point, and then we just didn't have it ongoing to add, or how did we get here with like kind of a 20-year lag in that data?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. So the current open data, the public-facing open data set, that is a recent body of work that was primarily worked on by Vice Chair Matthew Dance, but this is before he was on the naming committee. So once that data set was completed, it was then added to our open data set through the city's open data portal. So I forget what year that was added, Matt?
I think it was added about 8 years ago, but I started on the project over 10 years ago when I purchased the naming Edmonton data set from the publisher as a Word document, and then worked with the Edmonton Public Library through a public engagement process to transform the Word document into an Excel spreadsheet. And then from that Excel spreadsheet, we fact-checked the names with a body of volunteers, again through the public library, and we're able to work with the city to get it published as an open data set.
Councillor, just to add to the clarity, there is 2 data sets. One is the open data set that's open to the public. That's the one that we're currently updating to try get out into the public, and the other ones are our internal list, which is up to date. It just doesn't match the open data protocols and the accuracy of it.
Does the naming committee have access to that public data, that non-public data set? Because I think that's the gap, correct?
Yes, they do have access by requesting it through administration.
So I guess to the chair, so if you have access to that data set, what's the gap in making that the concern around the data-informed decision-making?
So our primary concern at this point is then completing the full audit of the accuracy of the metadata for that additional data. As mentioned, the names get added and data gets added to the data set through a multitude of processes, and we're not entirely sure that those processes would adhere to today's data capture standards.
Okay. Okay, that helps. And then just going back to similar line of questioning as Mayor Sohi around the process on the naming rights and and I understand the desire, the want for the naming committee to be, you know, removed, especially it sounds like the point at which you're getting sort of the information, the contract's already signed. Is that correct? So I guess, is it a removal or is it a better process? Because I worry too about still not looking at that lens that the naming committee has.
I understand. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. That is an area that the naming committee discussed at length. We believe in the city's goal of ensuring a diverse revenue source, and we do not want to remove the right of the city to pursue third-party sponsorship. The challenge with most of those sponsorships is they are coming from corporate entities, and so at any point in the process, even if we were brought in much earlier on, the naming committee and our policy may not actually align with the goal of partnering with corporate sponsors. So
I see. So it's just, it creates a conflict of interest regardless of where in the process.
it puts the naming committee in a position where it may have to tell administration, don't partner with this organization because of some very deep corporate nature that might not actually be of importance to the issue at hand. So, yes.
That helps clarify. Thank you for that.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Rutherford. I have quite a bit of questions. First of all, I just want to thank you for all your work, but for this report, I thought it was really strong. I thought you were really clear about what the issue is, the landscape, and the recommendations tied directly to all the issues that you've identified. So just, you know, big kudos on that. So I guess maybe just through some of the recommendations, the one related to kind of, you know, understanding some of the barriers for the communities. So are you kind of talking, or have you done this, and, you know, are you going to continue to do this, to invite some of those community groups that have applied, you know, through this process to kind of provide feedback? That's what we're talking about, right?
Thank you. That's a great question. And I think at this point, what we've focused on is shepherding community applications through the process. We have not, in my time on the committee, gone through a step of recalling them after the process is completed and exploring their experience. But there are a number of community naming that have come forward recently, such as the Filipino community in the Mabuhay Park, where I think it would be very feasible and appropriate for us to ask them for their feedback. In addition to doing proactive outreach, we could capture that from recent applicants.
And you had also mentioned in your presentation, you know, wanting to do a bit more intentional or targeted recruitment. Can you talk a little bit more about that? I mean, imagine it's kind of beyond the typical recruitment process that the clerk's office does, right?
And to be clear, the clerk's office is very helpful, and I know that
Absolutely.
they're working through quite a few committees, agencies, and boards that they're appointing members to every year. Our challenge with the naming committee is that there's a level of interest in the process, but when it comes to the actual applicants, this year we did not receive any appointments. I don't know the background on that, but that strikes me as a gap in the process of finding applicants that are qualified and appropriate and that would pass the council's approval. So without those additional members, it does limit our capacity to continue this work. But moreover, I'm concerned about a leadership and a succession plan. Of course, Matt will be moving into the chair position. I've reached my term at the end of this term. At this point, I'm not sure there's anyone on the committee that wants to step into a vice chair or chair role. What that leaves us with is some great work, some excellent momentum, but I don't know where that's going to go. If there were an opportunity for targeted recruitment where we're identifying a couple of organizations or academic institutions that we're really targeting for the type of skills that could conduct this kind of appraisal, that might be helpful. I just don't know all of the opportunities.
Yeah, no, that's helpful. Please.
From my perspective, one of the issues that we also want to address is what the committee looks like. We have a new policy in place,
Absolutely, yep.
but the decision makers at the table look the same as they did in the 1950s. And we want to change that. We're not going to see the change that we want to see in place naming in Edmonton unless we change the people who are making the decisions and get more people involved in the process who bring a diversity of experience, a diversity of cultures to the table.
Absolutely.
Plus, it's also about building relationships. We had an application come through this past year where the second place name was a Zulu name. We don't have the resources to fact check a Zulu name. How do we know that the name is what it is? Like, we need more generally stronger relationships with the broader Edmonton community to do the work that we want to do in the way that we want to do it into the future.
Yeah. Great points, and thank you so much for articulating that. I have a fairly involved question here, so I might save it for another round. And then just to give context, how many applications do you receive typically per month? Just on average.
That, excuse me, that's a tough question to answer. I would say on average, if you were to take the yearly amount and divide it by 10, probably about 2 applications a month, but there are some months we may have as high as 4 or 5, and then other months no applications, and then we just deal with in-house matters.
Yeah, no, fair enough. That's great. I'm going to come back for another round, and I will have a motion ready to go. Thank you. Mayor Sohi?
Yeah, thank you so much. So the data that I saw, based on what information is available now, 57% of the names are men and 7% are women, and then factoring out the 36% that are, named after, as flora, fauna, or other non-human representation, right? So within that breakdown, you probably won't have the information or about the diversity of those names, right? And
I would love that. I would love to be able to look at the ethnic origins of each name and understand where the names come from. I can say just the feel of the data set, having worked on it for a long time, that most of the men's names are British or Western European.
Mm-hmm. But that's the work that you will undertake alongside the completion of the data. Is that work?
100%, and also understanding what of those names are sticky. Mm-hmm. What names might cause through a modern lens some harm to people. What of those names do we need to reconsider?
Mm-hmm. Got it. That's within the existing names. Then for the future names, if you want to vet out, if you have this reserve list of names, then you can vet out, okay, which probably cause more issues, right?
Right. So if the name has been pre-approved, if it was pre-approved in the 90s and it's still on the list, it wasn't approved with the lens that we're currently using. Okay. So we're debating, is the reserve list something that we modernize, or is it something that we remove altogether? And that's, I think that's an open question within the naming committee that we're grappling with on an ongoing basis.
I really appreciate that how you want to tackle how you want to involve the Indigenous communities and seeking that guidance. I think one is just consultation, one is seeking guidance from elders and knowledge keepers and be guided by that knowledge to figure out what the appropriate names are, what are not, right? How do you move forward on that? Is that kind of, that's what I hear from Indigenous communities, that whenever you're dealing with them, it needs to be led by them, right? And so is that the kind of approach you want to take?
100%. So recently we were involved with the trail that was running from Devon to Fort Saskatchewan. And it was a Indigenous-led, Emily Riddle, Hunter Cardinal were leading that process. Very rich discussion, really, really great outcome. But the city was a participant. If we want to do the work that we are interested in doing, we need to shift our perspective from being a participant to sponsoring or leading through the city these naming processes, and that requires robust relationships with different Indigenous communities in Treaty 6 territory, and understanding what their governance structures look like and involving them at the leadership level to lead those processes.
Good. And are you engaged with the city's Indigenous Relations Office, seeking some support? And okay, got it.
100%.
And to administration for that particular work to be undertaken, does that, I know Councillor Tang has a motion coming forward that will identify where the gaps are and what the resources are required, but currently, in order to assist the naming committee in moving forward on Indigenous engagement, are there resources available within the existing resources, or?
So that particular recommendation is already being worked upon and actively being implemented through the new naming policy that was approved in 2021. And we have our Indigenous Relations Office that has outlined processes and steps in terms of soliciting that feedback and engagement with the various groups to include in the naming process.
I'm actually pretty pleased with the kind of collaboration that is going on between administration and Indigenous Relations Office and the naming committee. Thank you for this. Okay, I have to step out for about 10 minutes. And
No.
May I just make one point,
Yeah.
Mayor? Corey is a pleasure to work with. The support that we get from Corey, the depth of understanding and knowledge he brings, and historical understanding of the naming process is second to none.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Corey. Yeah.
That's great, thank you. Yes, I'm gonna try to keep it within one round. So I guess on that thread of Indigenous naming, been following the Oliver renaming quite closely. I understand it's a very community-driven process, but I am wondering, do you see that process as a template to follow for some of the recommendations and work moving forward?
Yes.
Great. Great. Feel free to say more about that.
I think the short answer is yes. The long answer is we're very, very supportive of the way that process began and the follow-through that community took to nurture a conversation that was very difficult, to the point where it was 2 meetings ago that we approved in principle our support for the name, and then that will come to council, I believe. If we could work that closely with all communities, I think that naming in Edmonton would be a significant part of our cultural landscape.
Yeah, and that kind of comes to this resourcing question that you've been flagging as well. And I'm wondering too, just from a governance perspective, you are a decision-making committee, but you also provide advice, much like the one you have in this report. You advise on policy development, and I think it goes into a little bit more, your recommendation goes actually diving a little bit deeper into that policy development work. And I don't know, and we're doing a governance review right now. I'm wondering if Claire can comment, or I don't know who the appropriate person to answer this question. As you kind of expand that scope, like how does that fit into the whole governance review work when we're talking about roles and responsibilities? Sorry, go ahead, please.
That's okay. Hi, Councillor Tang. Just checking you can hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, just a reminder, the governance review, the naming committee is not in scope because it is a decision-making. So the governance review includes the advisory committee. So our focus right now is on the advisory committees when it comes to that governance review.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarity. And then to administration, and which recommendations out of these 8 are you currently working on? What are you not working on? What do you need in terms of the new resource? I know there's one recommendation that's specific about that.
Great, thanks. Before I answer that question, I just want to put it out that we aren't at odds with the recommendations within the naming report or the external naming report here. It is a question about resources and what we have prioritized to date in terms of implementing the policy in 2021. So instead of naming the ones that we are going through right now, which is 5 of the 8, the 3 that we aren't currently resourced appropriately to handle is the one about checking the appropriateness of the names reserve list. We don't have it's not just about resources, it's about the expertise as well. To give you some context around checking the names and the appropriateness of names, when the Naming Edmonton book in 2004 came to be, that was a 10-year effort that included over 16 to 20 volunteers that reviewed all the appropriateness of the names at the time. So that's not strictly administration exercise, as we just don't simply have the expertise for that. So we would look to work with the naming committee in terms of how that can be done, or should it be done. Perhaps that question of just moving forward is more relevant, and creating perhaps that new list. And the other 2, recommendation 4 and 5, around seeking additional resources for outreach and engagement. And the other ones, similarly to that, education and research, but mobilizing the different community organizations, groups, and whatnot. We simply don't have a good understanding of what that could entail. So as we work through those recommendations with the naming committee, we can start to develop those plans. And then if additional resources are needed, we could come back and look for those.
Thank you. And then how does OP12 factor into everything you just said? And could it be a priority for OP12, for example?
Well, OP12 factors in all of our resourcing considerations. It would be up to council and committee to vote, say if there's a resource package being brought forth, to make it a priority. Okay.
Although, rather than a resource package, I guess I'm wondering about reallocation and those kinds of conversation as well. Anyways, in light of this, I'd like to put a motion on the table. I think there's just, clearly there's a lot more conversations needed. I think clerk has the wording that administration provide a report on the progress of the recommendations outlined in this report, EXT01996 Naming Committee, Moving Policy to Action Plan, and provide options including resources and budget to complete any outstanding recommendation due date Q2 2024 Urban Planning Committee. And I can speak to this. Yes. Okay. just very briefly. I think we've had lots of questions, and I feel like this is the natural outcome of a report like this. Currently, the report stands as received for information, and I know there's a lot of work currently being done by administration. I just would like a bit of a checkpoint for that accountability, for it to come back and continue this, I think, really important conversation of naming and renaming places in our city. On that question of resourcing and budget, I didn't quite feel comfortable to go to a place of service package now because we are in the midst of a fairly large resource allocation and reallocation exercise, and I think we'll be too premature to get to that point. But I think more conversation is warranted as administration continues to work with the committee. And the committee itself, you've identified some great areas to improve upon. So that's the intent, is that I want to see that accountability in place to continue the conversation and hone in on those gaps moving forward. I was a little bit surprised that there was no administration response to this report, similar to the other 2 that we'll hear today, and hopefully we'll get that when this comes back at urban planning. I also have closing remarks. I can just keep going, but I wanted to see if there's any other questions on this motion or questions on the report overall. Seeing none, I wanted to see if anybody wanted to sign on to maybe speak to it. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, just very briefly, again, I agree with Councillor Tang's comments. Just very impressed with this report. It was very comprehensive, and I never knew I would get so excited about naming and how important naming is. And I think I said this the last time that you were here too, just how important it is for placemaking and for creating identity. And it's not about erasing our history, but it's making sure our history is reflective of the composition of the city as a whole. And I love that. And so, yeah, I really found it fascinating. I thought some of your stats and your data and even some of the nuance around the social theory around, you know, the impact of namings in places was really great in the report. So I wholeheartedly would receive it for information, but I'm very grateful for Councillor Tang for having this motion ready to make sure that that work advances, because this is so important. And so thank you for, you know, coming and being candid with what you need, and for all the work that the naming committee does on such an important topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. If no one else wants to sign up to speak, I'm happy to close. Again, deep gratitude for this work to your entire committee, and for administration. I think we can. Great, always good to hear you know, praises being sung in this room, and very appreciative of that working relationship. You know, just seeing so much passion, knowledge, and a dedication to this work to align our practice with our policy. It's no easy feat, and appreciate some of the comments, you know, you've made about making a positive change in our cultural landscape here at the city. You know, I think naming is really important, and I will agree. I don't feel the naming committee probably gets enough attention or the credit for the work you do and this entire process. Our city is changing, and no matter how many communities I speak with, I consistently hear over and over again, communities want to be seen. They want to be seen in our public spaces. We can. There are many ways to do that. We can do that through public art. We can do that through place names. So the naming committee has a really critical role. And part of I'm saying this here is also just want to maybe put some, you know, flashers on the committee. You know, we need good people. We need people who reflect our city to be on the committee. You know, when the rounds open, we encourage people to apply, and just know that this decision-making body has such a critical role. Because what you do at the end of the day sends a really important message to people in our communities, that you're welcome, that this is an inclusive place, that you belong. You know, you acknowledge and celebrate such diverse cultures and communities, and the history and heritage of this land. I know that in the past year there are several communities in my area, although the final naming wasn't in Ward Garahio, it was in Ward Smawatapi, with the Chilean, the Filipino communities, with Mabuhay and the Kopihu parks, and just learning about their process, it was quite beautiful. And I'm very impressed by how administration, the committee, and the community work together to kind of bring that to life. And I look forward to continue to see those work of equity inclusion in practice on the ground. I want to see more of them come to fruition. And I hope a motion like this, you know, signals that this isn't just a once a year annual report or kind of a point in time. This is an ongoing conversation, and I look forward to hearing, you know, further progress that all of you will make to advance these values and priorities for the city. So thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. Thank you, and it's passed. Thank you very much to the delegation. You're welcome to step back and feel free to stay, but you don't have to. So next item, we have 7.2 and 7.3. So invite the delegation up here to speak. This is EDSAB, a review of winter mobility and accessibility of pathways to transit stops and then the administration response to it. Assuming we'll have a presentation, and then we do have a speaker on this. Thank you.
As we wait for the presentation to be shown on the screen, good morning, everyone. Thank you, everyone in this room, for being here. My name is Serena Tang, and I am the Vice Chair of the Edmonton Transit System Advisory Board. Today, I am joined by our Chair, Giselle General, and we hope you enjoy the presentation today about the Winter Mobility and Accessibility working group that we did earlier in 2023. So we'll just take a few moments, wait for the presentation, and then I'll be leading the presentation today. Oh, I hope we have it.
So we're just waiting for the presentation to load. Giselle, while we're waiting, did you introduce yourself?
Well, Serena made mention of it, which is great. But yeah, my name is Giselle General. I'm the current chair of the Edmonton Transit Service Advisory Board, and I'm in my 6th year in the board. And I just want to take a moment to express my deep gratitude for the board members who work hard, and particularly for the scope of this report. It's an actual hands-on primary data collection they did. And yeah, well, slides are ready. So
Slides are ready. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Excellent. Thank you, everyone, for your hard work. So I'll get started. So I'm sure it's not news to anyone in this room because we all likely live in the city, but as the northernmost metropolis in North America, Edmonton has earned a name for itself as a winter city. Our daily life and activities continue in Edmonton through the winter months, along with special events and celebrations that make the most of the season. Edmonton has also received internal recommendations or commendations and attention for its winter city strategy and related documents. Winter conditions do present challenges for commuting by all modes of transportation. Icy paths obscured by snowfall, windrows that narrow or block off space, and low temperatures can be both minor and major obstructions to people's mobility within the city, including posing a risk or even a major injury. This report focuses on people walking and rolling to and from transit stops who are particularly affected by winter conditions. Next slide. This is just a quick recap, and then we can go to the next slide again. Thank you very much. And then one more slide. My apologies. I didn't realize I separated it. We can have our winter coats, boots, and a good toque that will be essential for getting around Edmonton when temperatures drop below -20 degrees Celsius, but they still only offer temporary protection from the cold. When we live in a city that receives extreme cold weather warnings with wind chill values that can feel as low as -40 degrees Celsius, every second and minute counts when we step out the door and are waiting for our train or bus to arrive, as we are hoping, clutching our chilly hands together, that we have not missed our connection. If there are delays or a misconnection, the rider may be forced to make a decision to wait for the next vehicle, which extends their time outside, where there is no guarantee of finding a warmer shelter while they are waiting. We all tread more carefully when the sidewalks are uneven with snow or may even be hiding a patch of ice that can cause us to slip. Unpredictable pathways are an issue that Edmontonians face, and many 311 reports are inputted each winter to bring attention to them. For our transit users, these uncleared paths impact many parts of the commute. People need to slow down to navigate the path as safely as possible to prevent slipping or losing footing. Those with mobility aids or strollers or shopping trolleys also cannot move as freely as they do on clear pathways that are free from ice and snow. The slower pace requires a transit user to use more time to walk to their transit stop while hoping their connection is on time and not early or delayed. Missing a bus or train connection pales in comparison to falling or injuring our bodies. Poorly maintained pathways can cause strained joints, bruising, and more major injuries. The safety of our residents should be a top priority no matter what methods of transportation we use. Hence, the members of the Edmonton Transit Service Advisory Board wanted to see how our winter commutes would be impacted by some of the obstacles listed above. Next slide, please. Thank you. At our annual retreat in September 2022, the board chose winter mobility and accessibility as one of the working group topics that would be explored for the upcoming year. We know that city employees work very hard every year to be as efficient as possible to clear all roads, pathways, and sidewalks in a timely fashion with the resources they have. Regardless of the type of commute that we all have somewhere to go, no matter the centimeters of snow in our way. We wanted to review firsthand information and observation on how these efforts were translating. Next slide, please. So as the board members met to work on this topic, we established what data was within our ability to record and analyze in order to inform the parameters of this working group. Because one focus of this review was to observe the accessibility the accessibility of winter pathways from a regular transit user's perspective, the data we chose to record should be accessible to the public and empirical. On my side, I have some types of data that we recorded for transit commute, and I'll list some of them, such as the time of day, time of the start of the trip, if the resident was heading to or from a destination, the type of transit stop that they were headed towards, the approximate temperature during the commute, the type of commute, and also whether there were positive or negative incidences during their trip, and potentially even recording via photo of their transit stop for our data collection. Our timeline for recording our transit trips was roughly 60 days, with the first recorded trip on January 15, 2023, and our last recorded trip of March 9, 2023. We limited the number of participants to our current advisory board members. While this meant that our scope would be limited with a less represented sample, collecting data from board members ensured a manageable quantity of higher quality data. As board members had reduced their commutes by transit due to workplace changes, we opted to include all transit trips for all purposes rather than just work-related commutes. One board member was able to observe neighborhood sidewalks and paths that led to transit stops on their walks to their daycare and provided information from these commutes as an example. Next slide, please. The board members noted at the initial planning stage of the subcommittee that our parameters and limitations that we would not have as thorough of a review as we would like. Our subcommittee members come from different backgrounds and live in different areas of Edmonton, but would lack the perspective from demographics that we do not overlap with, such as an elder who may rely on transit, or a shift worker who may not always commute during weekday hours. Even though we cannot represent all types of transit users and we recognize our limits, we still wanted to go forward and record our commutes to give a more detailed review from a group of transit users from the latest winter months in our year. We feel that feedback from a rider's perspective from all types of data collection, from 311 submissions to focus groups, can still yield helpful information. Next slide, please. Part of our report also included looking at City of Edmonton policies and procedures. And as we worked on this topic, we wanted to see if these policies and procedures reflected in what we personally have heard from other residents of Edmonton. Give me a moment. Yes, when we read the City of Edmonton snow and ice control policy that states that the purpose of this policy is to set snow and ice control guidelines that support the following outcomes for Edmontonians related to safety, reliability, and connectivity, we also know that residents are hoping for similar outcomes. Safe commutes that are predictable and can be made with ease are especially vital for elderly residents and young people who may need extra support while getting around. Next slide, please. So after all that, we have arrived at the data collection that myself and my fellow board members have worked on. While this isn't all of the observations that we have made, we highlighted some of the main ones that have shown up through our data and our discussions. And so within our timeline, we were able to record 68 transit commutes. The members provide a qualitative analysis of the gathered data to find emerging patterns in our commutes around the city. So on my side, we have a few extra ones, but I have some presented on screen. So time of day, the highest percentage of transit trips occur during the morning peak period that is often referred to as rush hour, between the hours of 6 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. Our next highest percentage of trips were during 3 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. as people are generally heading home. Many of our board members have work schedules that reflect weekday office work, and therefore our observations have showed us how the transit commutes and stops were like during peak times of commuting. For commute length, our collected data showed that most trips to a transit stop to or from showed that most trips to or from a transit stop to a destination was completed in under 10 minutes, with over half of the data reporting a commute time up to 5 minutes. At the transit stops, bus stops were the most common type of transit stop that the board members were boarding or leaving a transit vehicle, accounting for 73% of all stops that we commuted to. The next most common stops were transit centers that were not serviced by the LRT. For temperature data, the data shows that the reported transit trips occurred most frequently during mild cold weather that was higher than -10 degrees Celsius, with over half of trips occurring when the temperature is higher than -10 degrees. This information can be useful for transit providers to plan for weather-related disruptions and identify areas where infrastructure improvements may be necessary to provide better shelter for users during extreme weather. When asked to rank their commute, with 1 being a more negative experience and 5 being a more positive experience, the majority of the recorded commutes were ranked positively, with 85% rating their experience as a 4 or 5 out of 5. For trips that were ranked more positively, the most common recorded details that were made were commute lengths that were not too long, and that the transit stop was accessible, and there were no winter obstacles, and the pathways to the stop were accessible. These factors align well with the City of Edmonton snow and ice policy outcomes of safety, reliability, and connectivity. As transit users, being able to rely on obstacle-free commutes and transit boarding spaces will influence our transit experience. Conversely, commutes that were ranked more negatively were said to have pathways that were difficult to traverse, and the lack of heating or shelter from the weather at the transit stop was also a factor. We have observed that length of exposure to the winter weather has an impact on the transit experience. A longer commute could still be a positive experience if the transit stop has the infrastructure to offer comfort and reprieve from the low temperatures of the day. Last slide, please. Thank you. So After months of group work, our fellow Edmonton Transit Service Advisory Board members and I have the following considerations for Edmonton Transit Service and City of Edmonton operations: to encourage more integration and communication with city operations that handle snow and ice removal, to support cleared pathways that are near transit stops. We recognize that ETS is separate from the area of the city operations that clears sidewalks and paths, but encourage more integration and communication to support cleared pathways that are near these stops. Another consideration is more heated shelters, and at minimum, non-heated bus shelters at bus stops that currently only have a bus stop sign or bench to provide minimum shelter from the winter environment. And our last consideration is to continue to strive for timeliness and adherence to posted schedules to maximize connections. In conclusion, every resident in the city of Edmonton is hardworking and has places to be at all times of the year, and being able to commute safely, especially during the winter time, should always be essential. Residents who rely on transit and other non-vehicular modes of transportation should receive the same level of attention to their pathways that drivers receive for the roads. We want transit users to be able to worry less about how their commute might be that day, so that their energy and focus can be on more important things going on in their lives. Our main goal with this report and review is to provide feedback from a resident's point of view over a time frame to identify short-term and long-term occurrences as they ride transit. The biggest takeaway from our data analysis is that winter commutes can be improved with the inclusion of infrastructure that will provide shelter from the cold. These additions are already showing up at transit centers, and we hope that more can be built and utilized to keep transit users more comfortable in the coming years. Last slide. So thank you, everyone, for listening to this presentation, and we are happy to answer any questions.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I think next we'll have the administration presentation in response to this presentation, and then we'll go to our speakers and we'll come back to all of you for questions. Thank you.
All right, good morning. I'm Eddie Robar, the Deputy City Manager of City Operations, and with me today is Craig McEwen, the Branch Manager of Parks and Road Services, and Carrie Houghton McDonald, the Branch Manager of ETS. We appreciate the opportunity today to share administration's perspective on ETSAB's report on winter accessibility. I want to start by thanking ETSAB for their work on this topic, as well as their broader efforts as a volunteer board in representing the perspective of transit riders in Edmonton. As a winter city, understanding the experience in transit riders in the winter is a really important piece of supporting a positive rider journey. And climate-related impacts affect the transit rider experience and also additionally put pressure on service levels, infrastructure, and amenities that support mobility itself. Integration and collaboration with city administration takes place regularly and is critical to support the service delivery for Edmontonians. And today we'll briefly represent our response to the report focused around the 3 recommendations from ETSAB. Next slide. The first recommendation from ETSAB is related to the integration and communication with city operations to support snow clearing near transit stops. With Parks and Road Services, while Parks and Road Services is responsible for delivering the snow and ice control program, I'm pleased to say there's consistent and constant foundational collaboration between all parts of the city operations and other areas of the city. Specific to this issue, during winter months, Parks and Roads teams meet and communicate with ETS teams on a daily basis about snow clearing and for the transit facilities. This collaboration intensifies in situations when situations dictate. For example, during the severe freezing rain event in November 2022, ETS and PARS worked together to determine the best way to address icy road conditions which impact all users, including ETS operations. That collaboration led to a decision to implement a temporary service pause so that the road crews could go and apply traction materials to the roads and assist with stuck buses. Communication with transit riders around this decision was closely coordinated within our city operations itself. I appreciate the length of time it sometimes takes for snow to clear snow from transit facilities. Could cause transit riders to question the level and condition with administration, but I assure you this collaboration is integral to the structure embedded in our internal processes. And the timeliness to address snow and ice are driven by the approved service levels that we have today. I'll now pass it over to Craig to share more about the snow and ice control program and recent changes to the service levels.
Okay, thanks, Eddie. So as we outlined in our snow and ice control report that we brought forward in June, that covered the winter season results. The service levels this upcoming winter for 23-24, they will experience a decrease from last year, the 22-23 season, which was a result of the one-time funding increase. So noted in the table that's on the screen right now, our arterial bus routes, that's the priority 1 roads, will shift from 4 days to 5 to be cleared, while bus routes on the collector roads, which is priority 2, will remain at 5 days. City facilities, including LRT stations, high-traffic bus stops, paved trails, those are all in our priority 1 of active pathways. Those will remain to be cleared after a day, while city sidewalks, wheelchair ramps, bridges, city parking lots, and stairs, those are all within our priority 2 of active pathways, and those will increase from 4 days to 6. Other manually cleared areas, such as all remaining bus stops, paths, and other public amenities, those are all within the priority 3 of active pathways. Those will see the biggest impact by nature of the physical nature of the work, and that'll be completed within 22 days as opposed to 13 last year. So it should be noted that the service levels proposed are conservative estimates based on the proposed budget and anticipated weather conditions. We're also looking at strategies to minimize the gap between the service levels the gap in between service levels between the upcoming winter and last winter. Just flip to the next slide. So there are a number of challenges that arise from snow and ice clearing at bus stops. I feel like the photo on the screen is a great example of the scraping that needs to get done here in Edmonton. So first, if it snows before the priority service cycle is completed, the priority order is restarted. So if we're in the middle of working on priority 2s and it snows again, there's a large weather event, we do move resources back into those priority 1 areas. Second, equipment is much more efficient at cleaning large areas of snow, but it can be inaccurate or fail to sufficiently clear snow and ice from areas that are inaccessible by that equipment. So sometimes hand crews are required to move snow and ice, which takes longer. Third, for private bus stops, compliance is difficult to enforce, and as a result, the rider experience may vary. So, however, city operations, and specifically Parks and Road Services and Edmonton Transit Service, will continue to work collaboratively to maintain the mobility network throughout the winter. We've made a couple of adjustments to our program to help provide the best service to transit users within our budget. And so a couple examples of that would be within our priority 3 active pathways, manually cleared bus stops. Those will be cleared ahead of other priority 3 items, such as manually filling of community sandboxes. The collaboration between ETS and the snow and ice team has led to the priority levels of snow and ice bus stop clearing to be adjusted following the bus routes. So really, the snow and ice clearing will adjust to what the service level changes on the ETS side. Also, as a result of the work from our Operations Accessibility Action Committee, our staff will receive additional training specific to accessibility and prioritizing high pedestrian areas. So we'll now pass it over to Carrie to discuss recommendations number 2 and 3.
Thanks, Craig. So the second recommendation from EDSAB relates to our bus shelters. We have more than 5,000 bus stops within the transit network in Edmonton, and almost half of them have shelters, which is on the higher end when we look at other cities in Canada. When determining if a stop has a bus shelter, we take into consideration the location, physical design of the bus stop, availability of physical space to support a shelter, proximity to locations where there may be higher needs for shelters based on the rider demographics, and then ridership to help prioritize. ETS provides heated waiting areas at 43 LRT stations and transit centers across the city. Heated bus shelters at our bus stops are not currently a service standard, and they're not a standard across Canada. There are also some trade-offs to consider when assessing the feasibility of heated bus shelters, including climate mitigation and adaptation, maintenance impacts, financial implications, and user safety, which includes risks from both melting and refreezing ice as well as usage. Understanding the impacts of climate factors includes how we adapt to extreme weather. So this has been a very active conversation within ETS. We need to consider what is the appropriate standard for shelters, not only for extreme cold, but also in extreme heat. The design of transit stop amenities for all of us working in transit, not just in Edmonton, needs to consider solutions that adapt to these conditions. We have a research project underway that I'm really excited about. It's a partnership with the University of Alberta School of Urban Planning to look at bus stop design and stop amenities that influence the transit user experience, including safety and comfort, and considering equity. Through this research study and engagement with Edmontonians, we'll review options to inform future bus stop design, including our amenities. And I look forward to sharing the results of that project as it progresses. Next slide, please. The third recommendation from ETSAB is related to on-time performance of transit service. Reliability is a core principle of our transit service policy. It's critical for a positive rider experience, and as we've talked about, transit should be convenient, reliable, safe, and accessible. Factors that impact on-time performance include several things, such as weather conditions, construction, traffic volumes, ridership volumes, fleet reliability, driving behaviors, collisions, security disorder on buses, as well as inaccurate schedules. This creates schedule delays, can lead to a negative rider experience, and impacts operator shifts, sometimes requiring unplanned overtime due to the delays. On-time performance has been a challenge. There's significant road as well as LRT construction across the city, which I'm sure we've all noticed, impacting personal vehicles as well as our transit buses. In addition, traffic patterns and travel patterns continue to change. We've also seen higher than anticipated rider volumes on some routes, and that's also had an impact. Our aging bus fleet also presents reliability challenges, which can result in service disruptions. As Council is aware, ETS reviews routes and schedules 5 times a year. So we look at our past performance and we anticipate changes due to things like construction or route adjustments to maintain our reliability. These changes are planned months in advance though, so short-term or relatively recent traffic disruptions can be really difficult to account for immediately. We're also working on addressing reliability through investments in transit priority measures, which Council approved in the 4-year capital budget. More information about our implementation plan for these measures will be coming forward in an information report in the first part of next year. Reliable service is also influenced by the availability of real-time trip information. So ETS currently supports real-time tracking of transit service through third-party applications such as Google Maps and Transit App. Signage at LRT stations also provides riders with estimated arrival times for LRT trains. To enhance the rider experience, the ETS Trip Planner tool is being upgraded to provide improved near real-time information for riders. We report on-time performance and route report cards for each and every route and include a link in our annual service plan each year. Next slide, please. So that takes us to the end of our presentation. Again, want to thank ETSAB for their work on this topic. We really appreciate it, and we're happy to answer any questions you have after you hear from the speaker.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you for stepping back, and we'll invite our speaker, Eric Lewis, to come forward. Oh, and while you're getting settled, I'll just very quickly mention that for this item, you have 5 minutes. With some, you have 5 minutes, and the green will be for the first 4, turn yellow when there's 1 minute remaining, flashing red when the 5 minutes are up. And when you're done presenting, members of the committee may ask questions of you. So please do stay until all the questions are answered. And great, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, Sohi, and Council. I'm here this morning to communicate what QP30 members, your employees' concerns around current snow and ice program, specifically related to the access to transit services. First and foremost, I'm hearing about how the city invested a lot of time and money into hiring and training new employees for the 2022-2023 snow season. We would be ready to work snow removal this winter. So far, the city hasn't been able to bring these trained members back due to budget constraints, which will result in the program being far less efficient. These skilled employees that the city already invested in will take all this knowledge that they gained at the city's expense to other organizations instead of being deployed in our snow and ice program. When the program gets funded for the future winters, we will have to spend more time and money retraining new staff from scratch. Members believe that there will be bus stops that don't get serviced far past 20 days. And depending on the snow and fall this winter, maybe not at all. Delaying in clearing around snow buses has other complications as well, since servicing a bus stop that hasn't been touched in 20 days means that the snow will be compacted and make icy conditions, putting city bus riders at risk while also making it more difficult for employees to clean the locations, costing more time and money. As you all know, the longer we wait to clean your walks, the more difficult and time-consuming it is to clean them. Same principle applies here, and the staff are saying that they'll be spending more time per bus stop cleaning and scraping the longer the snow sits on the ground. Bus stops that continue to be covered with snow and ice could lower ridership on ETS buses because the accessibility around the bus stop contributes to how people use this service. Residents that do use ETS could become frustrated with the conditions of their bus stops, and your employees are concerned that while servicing these bus stops, residents will take that frustration out on them. QP30 members are proud of the work they do and will work hard to provide the best service they can, but need the resources to get the job done properly. I would encourage you to divert funds to snow and ice programs so that many members can better provide these services to Edmontonians. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Questions to the speaker, Mayor Sohi? You can go first.
Yeah, thank you, Eric, for being here today. I'm just looking at the budget increases that were passed by this council starting in 2023, then going into 2026 will take us to the level where snow and ice budget was in 2018, well, maybe a little bit more than that. But there's a gap, what I understand, right? That the one-time funding that council added in 2022 allowed city to hire some folks, and those folks are ready to be deployed again if that funding is adjusted, and then that funding catches up in 2026.
Yes.
So there's a gap in between now until we get to that level.
Yes, so we had some employees, like you were saying, that got hired last year.
Yeah.
The city spent a lot of time and money training these people, and it takes a while of doing the job to start to learn the ins and outs of the job. And these members that worked last year with that one-time funding that were hired now have a better understanding of the job. And with the less funds going into the program this winter, we are not able to hire them and keep them on going in, so we'll be losing all that time and effort we put into these people.
And the result will also be, as presented by administration, that particularly like I'm more interested in the area where we have the biggest gap, which is manually going out there, clearing the ice pack and the snow. The more ice packs, more difficult, as you said, is to clear, more likelihood of injuries as well, right, for the workers. But what I noticed that the service gap is quite big from what we were able to do in 2022 and what we will be able to do this winter season. It's what almost like going from 13 days to 22 days. And additional resources will help us improve that.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's about it. Thank you, and thank you so much for the input that you bring on behalf of your city employees. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Carmel.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Lewis. Thanks for being here. I just want to get your understanding, and I'll ask the same question of administration. What is the gap in terms of gross total dollars we spent in the 2021, 2022? No, have I got that right? 22-23 winter versus the 23-24 winter? Do you have a number?
From my understanding for the snow and ice program, I believe there was a 4.6 million that was invested into the program that was used to hire these staff and train them up and everything. And now that that's not there this year, the funding's not there to call all this staff back.
Yeah, I understand that. Do you have in your numbers, do you have a breakdown between how much of that is the manual clearing and how much of that is the equipment clearing? Like the
I do not.
No, okay. And then you suggested reallocating dollars towards the snow and ice budget. Do you have a source or a suggestion about where the dollars would be reallocated from?
I believe that there is some money that council could probably find, and I don't have a suggestion on where we could get that funding from, but I believe you are the professionals. You have the knowledge that I don't have, and that you might be able to find something somewhere. So I'm hoping that you can find some money to put into this program to fund it so the city residents who do use ETS bus have a better experience taking the bus.
Great, okay. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Great, and I think those are all the questions for you, Eric. Feel free to step back and we'll invite the delegation back up to answer some questions. And while everyone gets seated, just want to welcome some people into the River Valley room here. Welcome to everybody from teacher Jasmine Yume Kijo's class from Greenfield grade 5 and 6. Welcome to the Urban Planning Committee, where we're discussing lots of really exciting things related to transit, to snow removal, to youth experiences with transit, naming our public places, lots of exciting policy discussions. And your ward counselor is Councillor Michael Jans in Papasteo, so welcome. All right, thank you. So questions to administration, Mayor Sohi?
Yeah, thank you so much to administration. I do have a motion prepared that I am willing to put forward. If you want me to do at this time or wait to go to the questions that good, okay. Just want to get understanding if we are able to find one-time funding over the next 3 years, by 2026, we will have 2026 and beyond, we will have enough money already built into the budget approved by council that will allow those manually, that bus stops that are required to manually cleared going down to 13 days, right?
That's correct. It'll be roughly the same. So by 2026, the budget will catch up to roughly what it was last year.
Yeah. So that one-time funding that we added last year, over next 3 years, will be able to be at that level. But if we are able to find an additional one-time funding for 2023, but this winter season and next, and then we're very little in 2026,
Correct.
We'll be able to do what we would be doing in 2026 in this season.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. Would that also help with the, because I noticed the biggest gap that I see in your presentation, I was just trying to find that, is within the manual clearing. And there's also another category. I just had to look in your presentation. Here you go. The active pathways, Category 2, city sidewalks, parking lots, wheelchair ramps, and bridges and stairs, they go from taking 4 days to 6 days, right? Would want the motion that you have prepared for me to consider, for a committee to consider, would that help with the improving services in that services centers in that area?
Yes, it would. Yeah. What we would do is, if there was any additional funding on a one-time or multi-year basis, what we'd be able to do is hire additional staff and address those manually cleared, labor-intensive areas on a much quicker basis.
Okay, so you will see improvements in Category 2 and Category 3 under active pathways.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Okay, I'll wait for the right time to move that motion. On the bus shelters, this comes up all the time through our offices, and we hear from the committee, and they directly experienced it by being out on the using public transit. Overall, I think something needs to be celebrated. That 85% of 85% of the time their experience was positive. I think we need a lot to celebrate. But there are gaps. Snow clearing is one of them. Shelters are another. Do we have a plan to increase that frequency? Maybe not. Would love to have heated shelters, but if not, then at least shelter from wind and snow. Yeah.
Yes. So we're assessing, anytime we have a bus stop, we're assessing what is the right level of amenities. And this study that we're doing with the University of Alberta is going to take an equity perspective and look at engagement with Edmontonians to determine what is the right, what are the needs and what are the right options. And I've asked them to consider climate, because we know glass shelters, as an example, in the summertime are very, very, very hot. Is that the right design for all of us in transit, not just in Edmonton, considering the extreme weathers that we will be experiencing? So I'm excited. I think they'll come up with good recommendations about how we move forward. But yes, we're constantly assessing the right amenities to put in the right place based on the criteria I had described.
Okay, so I understand that, right? But do we have ongoing kind of budget for increasing or replacing the existing shelters, or adding more as they currently meet the current criteria of adding those shelters?
Yes, within our existing budget, we are able to accommodate requests for bus shelters, provided it fits within the criteria I described. So we're actively working on, as an example, a request for one of the Gurdwaras to make sure that the people have access to the proper amenities.
Yeah.
But that's within existing budgets. We can accommodate those requests.
Okay. I'll come back. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Rutherford?
Yes, thank you so much. Just a few questions. First of all, to the ETS Advisory Board, can you just walk me through and explain attachment 1 a little bit more, and like what that chart is meant to represent in attachment 1?
Yes, just give us a moment. We're pulling it up on our side.
So page 2, I'm specifically talking about the graph, the bar graph on page 2.
Yes, I confess that this is something that needs to be improved on my side. I may have missed some information. This was data that we pulled from our accumulated data collection on our Google Forms. Let me see. Oh, I believe that was a graph that charted our information that showed the length of our commutes. My apologies, there is information missing from this, and that is something that I can hopefully adjust in the near future. So I believe it was showing the number of commutes and how long they were.
Okay, so like, yeah, I guess just what does the blue mean? What does the red, the yellow, and the green?
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you for the clarification. That was based on the individual member.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
So
yes.
the colors are the member, and
Yes.
then the horizontal axis is what?
It showed the length of the commute. So rather than having, say, a short form response, I believe we chose. Oh, is it temperature? My deepest apologies for this. This was something I must have overlooked, and as the chair for this working group, I will take full responsibility for this mistake.
Oh, no, it's not. No, I'm just trying to make sure that I understand that, like, it's such rich data, and I can tell how much work went into it. So I want to make sure I understand it.
Of course, my
properly.
apologies. After looking at this with my chair, it was data collected about the temperature that was roughly what the board member remembered or recorded for their commute that day. So some days were colder than others, where it was either above 0 degrees. I believe that was the rightmost area, and then and then we tracked in that way. So we appreciate you asking for clarification on this, and again, my apologies.
No, I appreciate that. And then I guess one thing to Mr. McEwen. So with the, why are wheelchair ramps priority 2? What's the reasoning behind that? That feels like problematic a little bit.
Yeah, so we would look at all inventory across the city, look at prioritizing city facilities, major areas, high traffic areas up first, and then just looking at other areas, bridges, parking lots, sidewalks. The particulars of wheelchair ramps wouldn't be segregated from priority 1 areas. It might be just attached to where it is and the type of use, traffic. So wheelchair ramps within city facilities that are covered within priority 1.
Priority 1, I
those
get
would be
that,
covered.
but I'm just, is there any ability to have like a priority 1.5 whereas wheelchair ramps, if you only have so many resources, should they not prioritize wheelchair ramps in a broader distribution before some of those other things that are in priority 2? Like, how does that work?
Yeah, in general, we have like the large buckets, priority 1, 2, 3. Within those priorities, we do have a priority within the priority. So hills.
Okay, you do have, is wheelchair ramps at the top of that priority 2?
I'll just double check that detail. I believe it would be, but I'll just confirm that with the team here.
Okay, sure. And just if you could follow up and let me know. That's all the questions. I have a few questions once the motion is put on the floor, but I'll wait for that motion. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Yes, I know that there is the motion coming to address specifically some of the concerns when it comes to snow removal at these locations. So before that comes, maybe I'll just start with the advisory committee. Thank you so much for putting together this research for us. I think primary research is always extremely valuable. And this is the kind of, I think, advice I'm always seeking from advisory committees, is how do we learn from your lived experience and how that interacts with policy and services that we deliver. So just want to say well done. So I guess first I'm curious about your response to administration's response to your recommendations. How do you feel about that? Do you feel it's adequate? What are some of the gaps you're still seeing?
Thank you, Councillor. Our response to administration's response to our report is that we're always glad to hear that there is ongoing work that we may not necessarily have as much access to, so we're always appreciative to hear that they are listening to our recommendations and providing information that work is being done. And we hope that even, being able to have more and more infrastructure and resources to take care of our pathways, despite having, relatively good track record, we always believe that there can be better, to really be able to support transit users. And we hope that this attention and effort being put forward impacts all residents, not just those who take transit. So we appreciate that they have provided the information that work is ongoing and absolutely being addressed.
That's great. And I'm curious if, so for example, I'm aware that there's a ETS advisory member who also participate in the accessibility committee. I don't think I saw in any of the rides that's kind of wheelchair specific. I'm wondering how did you incorporate kind of some of these additional lenses? Did you kind of do a bit of a presentation about this research with some of these other committees?
So we acknowledge that that was one of our limitations, and our hope at the beginning, as we were working on this topic, was to be able to reach out to different groups where we did not, or we would not be able to have or collect some data from, due to our restrictions in terms of resources and time. We were not able to contact them, but that was something that we had wished to do.
Yeah, no, appreciate that you're also very transparent about the limitations.
And if I may
yes,
step in
please.
just for a brief moment here, this is something that we are definitely more diligently applying moving forward. So the liaison is definitely very valuable because sometimes it's the ongoing communication. That's where you get the ideas, not during the formal stage of, here's our draft, take a look. And then we are doing that also. But yeah, and it's not just with AAC, with WAVE Youth Council.
That's right.
With the more recent reports we're working on, there are more clear interactions, and feedback that we're having in our report. So we are looking forward to operationalizing that more constantly. Thank you.
That's good to hear. Thank you. Thank you for that context. And to administration, I'm just wondering, I guess to this question of bus shelters, because yes, I'll probably send a dozen to you a month, a dozen requests to you a month. So part of your equity analysis with that, with the U of A, are you taking kind of the community feedback also into consideration? Because I'm thinking of, I feel like I almost get exclusively requests from seniors who are newcomers, who are often here to take care of, grandkids, but then going to places using transit to meet their own social, needs. And to me, that's a huge demographic, and there's a huge, equity component to that. Anyways.
Yeah, completely agree, and that is part of the criteria. So we look at the rider demographics for sure. And I'd say, for all of your offices, keep them coming. That's part of our role, is to assess those requests. As long as the roadways can support it and it meets some of that criteria, we're happy to put a bus shelter in.
Yeah.
I don't want to give the impression that we're holding back. We're not.
Yeah. What does it take for the bus shelter to be a minimum service standard across all of that? That would require quite a bit of capital.
It would, and it can't actually fit all of our physical spaces where the bus stops are. That's honestly like one of the bigger challenges, is we just don't have the physical space everywhere that we have stops.
Fair enough. I'm out of time. Sorry. Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, thank you. And Kerry, this is not a critique, but an observation that we spend a lot of money on big ticket items within the ETS, right? But we sometimes don't emphasize as much the little things that improve the rider's experience, right? And shelters are one of them, right? And just something to think about, like as we move forward on building a better transit system, and this council is very committed to investing in public transit. We have shown that by our budgeted decisions, and I'm going to be exploring more options as we move forward, right? And so just to think about, like, how do we improve that experience on when people are using that system?
Completely agree, and thank you for that nudge. And I think, part of my interest is also finding the right design for those bus shelters, because I am concerned about the current design. I don't think it responds well to the climate changes we're experiencing.
Yeah.
I don't think it meets the needs of every rider.
Yeah.
So I'm really looking forward to coming up with the right design for those shelters, working with Edmontonians, not Kerry determining it, but actually engaging people to explore that.
Yeah. It's good. I would also like to better understand. I met with ATU members, some of the frontline drivers and security folks, and it was mainly about talk about security. But one thing that came up is the schedules itself. The route schedules have become so tight that the break time that they need for just to maybe go to washroom, right, and all that, right, is becoming difficult on some route. I know you make adjustments every very few months, but are the issues becoming structural on some routes that resources are hindering their ability to adjust those schedules?
There's been so many factors, as I mentioned, influencing on-time performance. So when the schedulers are determining schedules, they're informed by the past kind of patterns and experiences, but we're noticing that things are evolving and changing so much post-pandemic that with the amount of construction, with the changing traffic volumes, changing ridership volumes, our crosstown routes are so popular. We didn't anticipate that level of ridership, so that slows things down. So I totally appreciate what the operators are sharing. We take their feedback directly about the specific routes to inform the next schedule adjustment and work closely with ATU on that as well. We have a shared committee looking at that stuff.
Okay. Chair, you want me to move?
Sure, please.
Okay. I'll move the motion. It's given to clerk. There are two parts to the motion that the Urban Planning Committee recommend to City Council. Part one, that an exemption for the LRT reserve be approved on a one-time basis for the purpose of using the LRT reserve to fund the snow and ice control program. And number two is that the Parks and Road Services branch budget be increased by $2.13 million in 2023 and $2.08 million in 2024 and $904,000 in 2025 from the LRT reserve on a one-time basis to fund the snow and ice control program. Maybe to just explain why using the LRT reserve. One is that that's the only funding source currently available other than FSR, and FSR is already at a place where it's problematic. Another reason for using the LRT reserve is that most of the improvements that we need in the snow and ice are actually touching on public transit, such as clearing LRT bus stops or pathways that connect to transit bus stops and or doing manual clearing of snow around bus stops. So that's the reason that for you exploring using the reserve. And the second part is the funding that we have allocated during the budget process will get us to the service standards by 2026, but there's a gap from now until then that we need additional resources on a one-time basis that will allow us to get to the 12-day time frame that we were able to have in 13-day service level that we had in 2022-2023 season, and hopefully improve the service in category 2 as well in active pathways and other areas. So that's kind of the rationale that I have if committee members are listening. Thank you.
Councillor Stevenson's back, and we hand the chair back to her.
Thank you so kindly, Councillor Tang. I believe up next is Councillor Wright on her first round.
Yes, thank you very much. But my questions don't necessarily relate to the motion that Mayor Sohi's put forward. I have a few questions for administration. Is that all right?
Yep, please go ahead.
Okay. So Carrie, I'm just wondering, how much do the ongoing operational costs account for, for cleaning the bus shelters and that?
I'd say the biggest expense is for the shelter itself, and then on an ongoing basis, we have an annual expenditure per shelter. I don't think it's an exorbitant amount. I will pull up the figure.
But by adding new shelters, we still should have money in the budget?
For sure.
For that.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's a proportional amount. So it's just around $1,000 a year per shelter. And then it would be proportional. As we grow the inventory, we would then incur that cost as well. And then in terms of vandalism, the current design is prone to vandalism. So we spent about $350,000 last year in replacing the glass panels for the shelters that we have across the city.
Wow, that adds up, hey? Okay,
It does.
and thank you for being so responsive to some of my ward residents' requests for the shelters. Thank you. But I'm also wondering about schedules. So I know you do the 5 times a year, but do you do anything in between, as a result of construction delays or even winter snowstorms that might delay? Is there any sort of interim scheduling changes that are done?
Not formal schedule changes because of the operator shift selection, so making sure that they can pick their work in advance. But what we do is operationally, we're managing service on the road through our control center. So we have buses that we refer to as support buses that essentially respond to disruptions in service. So that means during let's say extreme weather, snow events, we know that certain routes are going to experience significant delays. We then dispatch out extra buses to get added on to those runs to try and help us get back on track with our service. So not formal schedule changes per se, but instead we're managing the service day to day and putting buses out into the network. They're referred to as support buses, and people pick them as spare shifts within the signups that we have.
Okay, but if you're finding consistently, maybe there's one road, I'm going to say 17th Street, that there might be some delays because of ongoing construction, you wouldn't look at adjusting, like that it might take more than 10 minutes to drive down there and adjust schedules that way?
So buses, I'm getting technical, but buses, some of them are interline, so they'll do a portion of a route for the first part of the day, then a different route for the last half of the day. There's some complexities to being able to make schedule adjustments mid schedule period. So that's why we treat it more from a service management perspective of getting extra buses out to supplement, and then we update the next one of the 5, like the next schedule change, will have the updated information.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a bit complicated and difficult to do it midway through.
I'll leave that up to you then. Thank you. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rutherford?
Yes, thank you, Chair Stevenson. Welcome back. I have a amendment that I'd like to do to this motion by adding a point 3, that one-time multi-year funding for 2024, 840,000, 2025, 842,000, and 2026, 843,000 for the assisted snow program service package. And I can explain that amendment.
Yes, please feel free to introduce that.
Sure. So the reason I think this is relevant to the discussion is at ETS Advisory Board did talk about in their report how the private property surrounding or on the routes to and from bus stops can also impact mobility and the ability for people to get to and from bus stops, bus shelters in a safe and effective way. And we do have, a service package that discusses the need for, I guess, 3 programs that would come out of this. One would be working with low-income seniors to navigate the provincial program that does already exist, expanding snow removal services to low-income people with disabilities and those experiencing mobility issues. And also the third thing is to work with the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues to explore community-based granting opportunities around snow clearing. So the estimated impact that this would have is between 2,500 and 3,500 residents in Edmonton that currently, are missing and within a gap. So I say one-time funding on a multi-year basis, seeing what the impact of this is over the 3 years before we debate whether it is an ongoing program or not. So that is why it is 1-year, multi-year funding.
Thank you, Councillor.
Happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Councillor Rutherford. We're just determining if this would be a friendly amendment. We're thinking that we can consider it a friendly amendment and then maybe vote point by point when we come to the main motion, if Clerks is comfortable with that approach. Great.
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead, please.
Why? So why would we vote point by point?
Yeah, I guess we'll ask some questions. I think allowing it to just be added to the motion gives us a chance to talk about it in whole, and then we can determine at that point how we want to split the vote. It just gives a bit of time to digest, ask some questions, and consider it as a whole.
Okay, as the mover, I would like to know before that vote happens, any consequences of that?
Sure. If
Okay.
as the mover, I mean, we don't have unanimous consent that this is friendly, because you don't find it friendly. So we can ask questions on this specific amendment and then vote on it prior to proceeding. Did you have any questions on the main motion or anything else? Councillor Rutherford?
No, not at this time.
Okay, great. Well, I'll go next to Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. So, first of all, on the shelters, on the bus stop shelters, I'm wondering how vandalism affects our ability to maintain those shelters in place, what the cost is. Do you have a sense of that?
So last year, we replaced, I think it was 1,600 panels of glass, and it was just under $350,000 worth of damage.
Is that typical?
No, that's higher. It's gone up in the last 2 years significantly. And
so year over year?
Yes,
yeah.
Yes, year over year. And I think it corresponds, you're not going to be surprised by my answer, corresponds with what we've seen in terms of disorder. So it, certainly followed a similar trend where we saw more activity.
Is there a consideration that despite the value of the shelter and providing shelter, that it's costing us a lot of money, and sometimes we pull them out of places where they're repeatedly vandalized, or we have repeated costs? Thoughts on that?
I think this is, again, part of the reason why I want to look at the design, because I don't know that glass shelters are the right design for us to be using. Plexiglass also isn't it.
Right.
It burns.
Right.
It's very costly in terms of maintenance and repair. I know there's a design out there. We're going to find it.
Okay.
We'll find it with Edmontonians.
I mean, concrete doesn't work either. It
That's
provides,
right.
line of sight issues,
Yeah.
So if you can find that space age material that's transparent
For
but
sure.
resilient, that would be cool.
For sure.
So then going to dollars. Now, I want to be crystal clear because there has been some redefinition of accounting terms lately. So these are discrete amounts for in-year spending. So I'll use Councillor Rutherford's example because it's on the board. That means we would allocate $840,000 to be spent in 2024. No carry forward, one time, doesn't mean that every budget subsequent increases by $840,000, correct? Are we all on the same page about what an operating and one-time, what the differences are between these amendments?
That is correct.
Yeah, and I can just weigh in. That's how multi-year one-time works. We will provide you with the in-year budget number. If we're quoting ongoing, we will provide you with the incremental adjustment to the base.
Right, so this is effectively 3 one-time funding motions, one for each of 3 years. And I think it's similar with Mayor Sohi's original motion. Yeah? I need you to say yeah.
That is correct.
Because I want no confusion going forward. Now, my next question has to do with our OP12 discussions, but I'm not sure that my question is in the public domain yet. So I'm concerned about that, because we have had some feedback regarding the OP12 work. And specifically, we've had some feedback about the LRT reserve. So maybe to Ms. Padbury, if you can read between the lines, can I ask that question, or or does it require a private conversation?
I think I can speak as long as we speak in general terms that there may be sufficient funding in the LRT reserve to fund items on a one-time basis.
But my question is that I don't think we've gotten to the point in the OP12 work where we're allocating dollars to different things yet. And effectively, I'm wondering if this is a bit of a jump the queue motion.
Well, maybe I would say that typically This is why council brings or committee directs unfunded packages, because we like you to have holistic discussions about budget at budget. My understanding is that there is a need, the desire is to move quickly, perhaps in advance of the budget. So that's why it's being brought funded. But I think it is also fair to say that you're correct. We have not made, while we've identified certain savings, we have not made decisions on the reallocation in Op 12 yet at all.
Is this a recommendation to council motion? Because it's money? Yeah, okay. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Okay. I appreciate this motion coming forward. I know my understanding with Mayor Sohi's motion is that the one-time funding sort of fills a gap before the base funding catches up with it in 2026 or 2027. I was just wondering for this motion from Councillor Rutherford, what happens in 2027? Does the program drop again, or have we also built in, is there also funding for this program in future years that this will, smooth the stepping to?
I think the next four-year cycle is up to council to administer how they want to proceed with that budget. So at the end of the 2026, we'll be at service levels that we're discussing today. If we want to increase those service levels, that would be a discussion at the next four-year budget.
Sorry, let me just jump in here. I would say, because this is multi-year one-time funding, in the next cycle, unless you approve an ongoing service package, service levels will reduce.
Okay. No, that's clear. Maybe just to clarify my understanding, though, that won't, because we have already approved an increase for Mayor Sohi's main motion, that this just kind of catches up to faster. The 2026 levels will maintain moving forward because that's ongoing.
For the transit one, yes. For the addition by Councillor Rutherford, no.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, no, that's helpful. I mean, maybe just to Councillor Rutherford, my thinking. What's your thinking around that? Again, I don't think that invalidates the motion or calls it into question, but just wondering what your thoughts were in terms of what happens in 2027.
Yeah, well, I think what I kind of alluded to when I opened is we have some estimates on how many Edmontonians this would impact and what kind of impact this would have. And I think we need to have an understanding of what this actually does in practice. So that is why I wouldn't want ongoing funding until we can see, is it meeting the mark? Is it something that we have actually higher demand than we anticipated, lower demand? What kind of areas of the city are being serviced more? There's just a lot of information that I would see wanting to come back for further ongoing discussion in the next budget cycle.
Okay, so these next 3 years will provide us with really important data when it comes to our next four-year budget conversations in terms of what the demand is, what the costs are. So okay, that's very helpful. Thank you for that context. Maybe just picking up on, I think Councillor Rutherford made a very good point that it can be, sidewalks leading up to transit stops that also can create barriers if they're not properly maintained. I think the assisted snow program is a really big piece of that. Just wondering if someone can remind me the status of enforcement for sidewalk clearing. I recall that was an option that we were debating at budget, but just wondering if those resources are also there to support in these efforts and if they can be targeted around transit spaces as well.
And Keith is on the line, I think, that can respond to that.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi, Councillor Stevenson. So yes, there is some enforcement for our snow and ice program, although it was reduced from the initial investment back in 2022. We're down to about 243,000, I believe, which is allowing us to hire 5 additional proactive snow and ice enforcement officers that will deal with parking bans, as well as proactive enforcement in high traffic areas that we're seeing. Now, for us to go and start supporting transit pathways and in front of transit locations, that would have to be on a complaint basis We would have to work really closely with Parks and Roads to ensure that, the enforcement is just notifying and trying to work through that process.
Okay, that's great to know, and I can imagine that the assisted snow program is a really important complement to the more proactive enforcement, just that if you are, it's the 4 E's of enforcement that, of course, if you come across someone who isn't able to clear their sidewalks, you want to be able to direct them to a program that can help them do that successfully.
Yes, and if you're talking specifically about the assisted snow, yes, that is it. That is to help support low-income seniors, as Councilor Rutherford has said, those people experiencing disability or mobility issues, and then working with community leagues on ways to sort of improve those pathways that might be outside of the transit pathways, but may lead up to that as well.
Great. Okay, thank you so much for that. I'll go now to Councillor Paquette on his first round.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yep, you're coming through.
Okay, great. Yeah, just I'm a little bit curious about the main motion. We have 2 transit amendments coming to budget unfunded. One is to redeploy buses from the Valley Line, and then another is for the purchase of a bus shelter conversion space and more bus service hours. Presumably that includes DATs. And all of which are amendments for a tax levy impact. So, that means a tax increase. So I'm just curious, maybe to the mover, why then would we use this money to clear snow?
Yeah, okay. Thank you for that question, Councillor Paquette. First is that the service improvements that we will see in the snow and ice directly impact access to public transit. So that's one, right? And the second is again related to public transit, that if your pathways or your your bus stops are not cleared, then it discourages people from using public transit, as we heard from the members of EDSAB. And the third reason is that there's urgency to move now, because we could debate this during the budget. That would mean that we would have lower service standards this snow season and the next snow season unless we make that decision during the budget. So there are workers available now, and so that's the reason that I'm proposing to use the LRT reserve. And I understand there's enough money in the LRT reserve at this time that will allow us to improve service standards immediately instead of waiting till January or February of next year.
Okay, so you're worried about the November, December, for example. Is that what I'm hearing?
Absolutely. And then that one worry that we will not have service standards for next few months, or lower service standards, and also the availability of workers. Those workers may move on to something else. Then you have to hire them again, right? So it's,
Yeah, okay, so, but then the next question is then, why use it for multiple years instead of just the stopgap and then top it up at budget time? Are you just worried that maybe at budget, we'll say, no, we're just not going to do it?
This is a stopgap until 2026, because by 2026 we would have the budget build into the budget the higher service standards. So we could make it one year. I think what we did, lesson that I am contemplating on one-time funding of 2022, that it helped us increase service standards. The next year we were not able to sustain that, then it brought service standards down. So that's why I'm taking this multi-year approach, that at least we will have a consistency of service standards moving into the future, starting in 2020, starting in this season.
Right, okay, so just for I'm just trying to see clarity. So we have specific reserves for a reason, to be used for a specific purpose, right? So this is the LRT reserve. But we also have financial stabilization reserve and things like that. So why specifically from this reserve when we also have upcoming other transit needs that are also could be It could be a tax levy issue. So I'm not opposed to the stopgap. I don't understand why it would be ongoing when that could be a budget decision.
Yeah. So it's not ongoing. It's a one-time spread over 3 years. And
That's what I mean, though. I mean, why that instead of just the stopgap and then a budget decision to handle the rest of the time?
I think that's a decision that council can make, absolutely. But my concern is if we want to give certainty to administration, I'd rather do that today or during this process over the next 3 years than doing it for 1 year now, then waiting till December. I think that creates some uncertainty for administration.
Okay, no, I get that. I also worry about the other things that are more operational related.
I hear you.
We'll now have uncertainty. But I hear what you're saying.
I hear you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Tang?
I actually think a lot of my questions has been answered, so I just maybe for absolute clarity for myself. I understand this is the main motion, what is the one time to bring up the service level to the 2026 level, and then moving forward, that service level stays into future budgets, right? But right now, just a one-time injection for 3 years until we get to that point.
Yeah, it's basically supplementing the service level until 2026.
Right. And I think, was it last year, we had a one-time injection for snow removal to bring up the service standard, and that had to be introduced earlier prior to the budget discussion because of the questions around recruitment, hiring, training, all of that. Is that correct?
That's right. Earlier is better. So typically
Right.
we try to have the snow and ice discussion in that June, anything approved in July, so we can plan for staffing,
Right.
training, hiring. In this particular instance, we did hire and train, as Eric Lewis referred to. So there are staff.
The
Now
60 staff, right?
this money in the main motion would see roughly 60 more people being hired. At this point in time, we're confident we'll be able to get those staff back. Now that changes as time goes on.
The longer we wait, with the more people we're going to lose.
Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. I was kind of reflecting like, I thought in past years the kind of this one-time injection discussion actually came way earlier in the year. So now we're almost, there is a bit of a time sensitivity to this for sure. And just so I'm clear, the main motion and the amendment is really focused on shovel to the ground, equipment to the ground. It does not include anything enforcement.
That's how I'm interpreting this motion.
Okay.
It would be staff hired to do the actual clearing itself, the
Right.
work, not enforcement.
Okay, great. And to the mover or the amender, Councillor Rutherford, then with this question earlier from Councillor Stevenson around ongoing versus one time. So the intent is that we'll see this as one time for 3 years for assisted snow program or augmented assisted snow program. By the end of that, we'll assess, we'll evaluate, is this a worthwhile investment? Is it making an impact? And then the decision point will be in the next budget cycle by a future council if someone brings forward that ongoing service package, correct?
Yes, that is correct. And I think as mentioned, there's a lot of learnings that can happen now. What is the uptick with community leagues, for example? There's 3 proposed programs. Maybe we find one is really oversubscribed and one is undersubscribed. So I think there's just a lot of learnings that would carry forward into that next budget debate.
Yeah, great. No, I think that would be valuable. Checkpoint. Okay, that's all my clarification questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, just a couple of questions to finance without going too much into the detail on OP12. Can you publicly share if enough resources are available in the LRT reserve to fund the main motion and the second motion?
So there is enough, based on our current projections, there is enough one-time funding to fund both of these motions. And neither of them meet the requirements of the LRT reserve, so you require the policy exemption.
Okay, even the first one, even though it is related to improving accessibility and an experience of the users of public transit, because it is about bus service, not the LRT services, that's the reason that exemption is required?
Yeah, the LRT reserve is specific for LRT. And so while the first part is related to transit, it's not related directly to LRT.
Okay.
And the third one, the third point is probably less, it's a larger spread from what the original intention of the LRT reserve is.
And the other funding source could be the FSR, but FSR is already kind of, we have some challenges that we have to use FSR if our projected deficit is, we will try to manage it, right? But as we have seen from the last update, that put pressure on FSR.
Yeah, I would not propose the FSR as a funding source for anything at this point, given the magnitude of the projected deficit.
Okay, all right, so if there's funding source available, that's the LRT reserve, and that requires policy amendment, policy exemption.
That's correct.
Got it, okay. And to our folks in the operations, the challenge that I saw in the one-time funding in 2022 that was allocated, that it ended it was only for 2022, it ended end of December, right?
That's correct.
Right? And then he had to scramble to find internal resources to keep the employees on. But if we just approve, if this goes ahead and we only approve one-time funding, it's hard to plan for the next year, right? So any lessons learned from that 2022 one-time funding?
I would say lessons learned is the more stability, the better. We can plan, we can train, we can hire. It gives more stability to the staff and to our public in terms of what to expect service levels wise across the city.
Okay. Can you also talk, lost my connection here, how this will improve service standards in the active pathways and the transit stops?
Yeah, so this money, if it were to be approved in the active pathways, there'd be roughly no change in the priority 1. That would still be done within a day. Priority 2 would go from 6 days, that would get cut in half into 3 days. And then on the priority 3, that would drop from 22 down to 14. Okay. So within 2 weeks is what we'd be able to see those priority 3 areas getting done, which would be comparable to what Edmontonians experienced last year.
Okay, okay. So it helps with the priority 2 and priority 3. Okay. All right, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other speakers, so at this point we will be voting on the amendment put forward by Councillor Rutherford. So before I go to Councillor Rutherford to close, just if anyone wanted to speak to this, I encourage you to sign up. I can start just by saying, I appreciate this coming forward. I think it's a really important program, and I really like that it will be an opportunity for us to get a sense of the demand that's out there. It provides important data while also providing important assistance to Edmontonians. I do hope that we can, and sorry, I also think it's a really important complement to being more proactive in our enforcement, because again, we don't want to be penalizing people who physically aren't able to clear their walks. So I really appreciate that. I hope that administration can maybe think about those enforcement resources and how we can use them to complement and enhance the investment that we're making. Maybe that relates more to the main motion, but I will stop there because I'm not seeing anyone else sign up and I don't need to use up any more time. Councillor Rutherford, did you want to close?
Yeah, just, I would really encourage my colleagues, both on committee and council, as this main motion does recommend to City Council, that they support this. I think this has been a huge gap. And when we talk about creating an inclusive city, we have assisted waste services And this is a huge barrier to that accessibility, both for the people that live in those houses with the disabilities or mobility concerns, as well as for, as ETS Advisory Board highlighted today, those using those sidewalks to get to and from other locations. So I really hope that my colleagues will consider supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please vote.
Point of order, that message sounds like we're voting on the main motion. Oh, it's different in the vote, I'm sorry. Okay.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. We'll go now to the main motion, which will now include that amendment. And assuming that there are no further questions, I would ask colleagues to sign up to speak. Councillor Tang. And sorry, is everyone okay if we extend orders to finish this item? I think I'm expecting only about 5 minutes if we can keep our speaking succinct.
Yeah, I'll be quick. You know, I think since the four-year budget was decided on, I feel like there was a general dread about snow season, and particularly kind of that, you know, the last report when we discussed, you know, the changes and decrease in service level. You know, appreciate this motion, you know, I think fills that gap, addresses a lot of concerns brought forward, not only through what we heard from the ETS Advisory Board, but also from a lot of our constituents. And also appreciate Councillor Rutherford for including the amendment on the assisted snow. You know, that this is a ongoing conversation heard from the Accessibility Advisory Committee loud and clear during the budget that assisted snow is quite important. And, you know, funding source is important, and I know we can, I don't expect the discussion to be over on what is the best way to fund this, but, you know, appreciate that there is at least a source identified here. And, you know, I certainly support this and encourage my colleagues to as well.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Cartmel?
Thank you. I appreciate the spirit of the motion, appreciate the thought around a bit of a stopgap for between now and the end of the calendar year, or even for this winter season, but I am not sure beyond that. I'll support this motion to go to council, but I have apprehensions about the multi-year aspect of this, and similar apprehensions that Councillor Paquette expressed about funding sources and matching funding sources to outcomes. So support it for now, see what happens when we get to council in a couple of weeks. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. I'll just briefly reiterate, you know, I think this is a great investment. It will improve access to transit. I'm hopeful that we can be really strategic with our proactive enforcement that we have as well to kind of emphasize and extend this as well, with some consideration of how those enforcement resources could be deployed in alignment with some of those key transit locations as well. So look forward for that ongoing coordination and for this work coming forward. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, sorry. I do want to just take a moment and use this opportunity to thank the ETS Advisory Board for their work on this report. I know they were very forthcoming with their limitations, but I actually think this is exactly what advisory boards are supposed to do. They are not meant to speak for all Edmontonians or have to do comprehensive public engagement, but they are meant to highlight to council as decision-making body some of those experiences and some of those things that we might ought consider in our decision-making process that have impacts on Edmontonians. So I just want to really commend ETS Advisory Board on their work on this, the detailed notes that they took and the data that they collected. It's very impressive. So kudos to everybody that was on that subcommittee and to the chair and vice chair for a great presentation today. So while that's not about the motion itself, I did want to have an opportunity to thank publicly this advisory board for their great work. Thank you.
Thank you for that important message, Councillor Rutherford. Mayor Sohi to close.
Yeah, I also want to reiterate that. Thank you so much to the advisory board and for your work and really having members out there experiencing public transit and sharing that and helping us reflect and then make some improvements based on what the information that you shared with us. I think the one-time funding that council was able to allocate in 2022, when I reflect on that, really allowed us to see how service standards can be improved when we invest in the core service. And so the people's experience of 2022 absolutely was better than we had experienced in the past when it comes to snow and ice. And I think we need to keep that expectation and improvement in the service, right? Just going to that kind of consistent 13-day snow clearing on bus stops and other or public paths and amenities, and now because we are unable to sustain that going over to 22 days, I think is unacceptable. That is why having these resources allocated or reallocated, which is the purpose of OP12, is to invest in core services, and snow and ice is a core service, allow us to sustain those services standards, and then they get built into the overall budget. So this really aligns with the intent of OP12. I understand we haven't really there's a lot of work to be concluded on that, but this is a good example how we can take resources from one area and invest in core service and be in that. And also, that funding is available to be reallocated. ETS, so snow and ice is core service, so is ETS. ETS is also core service. So improving access to core service by allocating these resources, again, ties into the intent of OB12. We can always make a decision allocating one time, 1 year. I think lesson for me is that we need to give that consistency and predictability and have that higher standard for Edmontonians to experience on an ongoing basis. So with that, I urge a committee to support, and I will encourage council to support it as well if if it's approved by committee and goes to council. This is investing in people. This is investing in how people experience winter. This is investing in two core services, snow and ice, and public transit. And those are our fundamental responsibilities as a community, as council, sorry. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. We will now take a recess for our lunch hour, and we'll be back at 1:30 with items 7.4 and 7.5. Thank you. Hello, good afternoon, and welcome to Urban Planning Committee. Welcome back to Urban Planning Committee on October 11th. We're moving now. Oh, I'll do a quick roll call of committee and council members. So Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good afternoon.
And Mayor Sohi. Just giving him a bit of time to
here.
get to the mic. Thank you. We're also joined by Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
And that's everyone for now. So we are on item 7.4, 7.5, which are cross-reference items. So I would welcome the delegation to come forward and provide their presentations. So I believe we're starting with the Youth Council. Please feel free to come on up.
Do we just get started?
Yeah, go right ahead. Thank you and welcome. We're very glad to have you here.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Elaine Humura. This is Tiffany Fan. We're the co-leads of the City of Edmonton Youth Council Transit Initiative. Today we're going to be presenting on the report that we did, and we also have here Ben and Aditi, who were very critical to this report writing. Right. So let's get into it. So the goal of this report, I think, was to sort of analyze those negative perceptions that youth had and basically try to sort of mitigate them, and so as to sort of create that sort of long-term positive relationship that we want youth to have, right? The report's objectives. Next slide. Thank you. The report's objectives were to sort of ensure a transit system that was accessible to all youth, increase youth ridership, and to develop easy access to the city for non-transit, for non-driving youth. Next slide. The survey was conducted in March to June 2022, and it received 193 responses. Its responses covered issues and solutions for routes and timings, payment and affordability, and comfort and security, and this is kind of the structure that we went with in terms of analyzing this report. It encompassed youth of diverse age ranges, racial backgrounds, and varied transit usage. Next slide. Okay, since 71.1% of youth are disincentivized by long wait times, and only 8.3% said that ETS has good frequency, we recommended kind of increasing frequency during off-peak hours, especially in neighborhoods with less transit access, and planning frequent BRT routes was also an important thing for specific youth routes that go to schools and universities. Next slide. Okay. Because 20.5% of youth were kind of indicating that they were disincentivized by lack of transit access, and 30% were disincentivized by route changes, we recommended adding frequent one-bus connections to universities and a bike-to-transit systems throughout the city. The frequency of these should be kind of particularly high when youth are traveling to and from school. Next slide. 76.4% of youth indicated that increases in access to good capacity school specials and bus routes would incentivize them to use transit more often. We recommend finding ways to sufficiently accommodate schools with higher capacities, right? Some schools need more buses, or there's some sort of problems that exist kind of even if they do have buses, so some strategies to mitigate even when they do have buses, right? Coming up with communication strategies there. We also recommend kind of implementing school special bus routes for university students in large connecting transit areas, and this is not only isolated to specific areas in the city, but like more broadly expanding it to areas like the southeast, where again that's not very prominent. And yeah, moving on to payments. Next slide.
Okay, yeah, so moving on to payments, could you move on to the next slide, please? And so fare prices are a really large concern for youth, and 39% say that high fare prices disincentivize them, and 46.1% say that fare decreases incentivize them to use public transit. So as a result, we believe that there should be reduced fare prices or reasonable fare increases. So this can be done by increasing the supply of discounted transit passes for economically disadvantaged communities. To increase ridership, art cards should also be promoted by offering them at a discounted price to youth, especially students. Can you move on to the next slide, please? So continuing on the idea of art cards, a variety of payment options is a concern for many youth because 26.2% of youth said that they would use transit more if they had access to art cards. So we recommend that art cards have improved speed and reliability. And in addition to that, we recommend increasing education and distribution of art cards through collaborations with schools. Next slide, please. So comfort and security is the final issue that we want to address. So increasing safety and security is extremely important to youth, as 69.5% say that safety concerns disincentivize them from using transit, while 76.4% say that improving safety and security would incentivize them to use transit. Next slide, please. So a really large concern is that 61.3% of youth said that drug users and homeless people make them feel unsafe, leading us to recommend building more supportive housing for houseless individuals and bringing back safe consumption sites so they do not have to rely on transit stations. Next slide, please. And the last issue we want to bring up is harassment. So harassment is a very significant concern for 60.7% of youth, as it affects everybody, regardless of identity, but specifically younger women. We recommend that ETS prioritize general safety through increase in cameras and easier access to emergency services, as 82.8% of respondents, an overwhelming majority, believe that having more security guards and peace officers would improve safety. Thank you so much for listening to our presentation for the Youth Perspectives on Transit in Edmonton report, and please feel free to ask us any questions.
Thank you so much. I believe we'll have a presentation from administration now, and then we'll come back to you for questions. So thank you so much. If you don't mind stepping back, and we'll have the other delegation come forward. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Good afternoon. With me today is Sarah Feldman, Director of Business Integration and Workforce Development for ETS. We have others available online also to help answer questions if need be. I just want to start by thanking the Youth Council for their work on this. We do appreciate the opportunity to have these discussions. We value youth ridership and understand the concerns shared by the City of Edmonton Youth Council. The work we are doing around youth riders is very much aligned with the Youth Council has discussed in this report today. Youth have been a focus for ETS in 2023, reducing barriers and to accessing transit for youth supports and participation in school, economic opportunities, recreation, and after-school activities. Investments to support youth riders can establish lifelong transit riders, and obviously a preferred travel mode. There are many co-benefits to youth transit use, such as better health outcomes, access to education, and supporting equitable access to the city. This presentation will outline some of the work that we're doing to improve the youth experience on ETS, and I'll now pass it over to Sarah to share that presentation.
Thanks. So the Youth Council report is organized into three main areas: routes and timing, payment procedures and affordability, and comfort, safety, and outreach. So we're going to go through each of these three focus areas. Firstly, regarding routes and timing, we've implemented some new initiatives recently to improve service and transit connectivity for youth riders. We've increased service citywide with 500 weekly off-peak service hours and a 25% increase in on-demand service. And as part of this, 4 new school special routes were also added in this September, and we expanded the existing school special service for 4 schools. We also added express service connecting the University of Alberta to Southwest Edmonton. We've also expanded outreach and education around on-demand transit through our school outreach programs. And regarding bike connectivity, we've had several important improvements over the last few years, including adding allowing bikes on the LRT at all times, as well as launching the secure bike storage at the Century Park Transit Centre. To further advance our support for the bike plan, over the next year, ETS is reviewing access for different styles of bikes on our buses. We're also exploring how to expand the secure storage at other stations based on feedback we received from the bike community and from transit riders through the Century Park pilot. Next slide, please. So next, regarding payment procedure and affordability. Increasing access to affordable transit fare and convenient fare payment systems for youth allows them to gain more mobility, increase their independence, and participate in more activities. ETS offers several existing discounted fare programs, including youth passes through the City of Edmonton, Edmonton Public Schools, and Edmonton Catholic School Boards. We have the U-Pass at participating post-secondary institutions, the Ride Transit Low-Income Fare Program, fare-free transit for children 12 and under when they ride accompanied, and free tickets and passes to youth experiencing houselessness through partnerships with social agencies. The Youth Council report noted that the ARC fare payment system is greatly anticipated by youth riders, and we were pleased to launch ARC to youth for the student fares in October. The rollout of ARC provides youth with a more convenient way to pay for their transit fares and will also allow ETS to better understand youth travel patterns so we can help us further improve our service plans going forward. The Youth Council also discussed the importance of affordability and the potential to reduce the fares for youth. So we are also pleased to share that the youth monthly pass price will be decreasing. By approving the 2023 to 2026 operating budget, Council also approved the user fee schedule. The user fees included a decrease in the youth monthly pass in 2025. So the youth monthly pass is planned to reduce from 73% to 65% of the standard adult fare. And this will mean the new ARC cap for youth starting in 2025 will be $66 a month. And this aligns with the targeted youth fare rate established in the transit fare policy approved in 2019. Next slide. So the third area is regarding comfort, security, and outreach. So first, regarding safety. I am a parent myself, and it's not long ago that I was a youth riding transit myself. I feel like it wasn't long ago. I understand how hard this is for our youth riders and for their families. The safety of all of our transit riders, especially those from equity-deserving groups, including children and youth, is critical. Youth and their guardians deserve to feel safe in transit spaces, and we're committed to keeping our youth riders safe. Administration has been providing regular progress updates on the Enhanced Transit Safety Plan, and we've recently shared some additional opportunities to enhance safety on transit. And we'll have further information on 3 of these opportunities at the October 24th Council meeting, as well as a bi-monthly update on this topic. While the issues around transit safety are bigger than Edmonton and happening across the country, we are adding more measures. In fact, we have more measures in place this year than we've ever had, including more transit peace officers, more EPS members, and more joint deployment between EPS and transit peace officers, as well as 7 fully staffed COT teams. We've also been improving securement of doors, adding more CCTV cameras, and additional cleaning, and this is all through the support of the one-time grant from the Government of Alberta. And these measures have been directly supported by City Council's significant investments to make all these pieces happen. Regarding outreach, youth outreach and education plays an important role in creating awareness on our programs and initiatives. At the start of the school year, ETS staff were present at school and university campuses to support awareness of trip planning, our fare programs, and transit safety. Over the past few weeks, we've also been supporting ARC launch for youth. We've had outreach teams out at the transit centers and on campuses. And we've also been working with our non-UPass post-secondary institutions and community rec facilities to distribute ARC cards to youth. Some of our newer outreach programs in 2023 and 2024 include a new grade 6 travel training initiative, as well as a partnership with Edmonton Public Library on the Next Stop Storytime initiative. And we're continuing to work with the school boards to grow that grade 6 travel training program and also develop new outreach ideas. And lastly, I just want to touch briefly on research. ETS has a robust rider research program, and we do gain insights on youth ridership. That being said, we think there are some opportunities to improve our youth research. For example, our transit rider survey hears from approximately 500 youth annually. However, that survey does not currently reflect the perspectives of youth 15 and under. So to address this, we'll be exploring opportunities to expand our youth research and engagement. And we plan to collaborate with the Youth Council and with the school boards on this initiative. We think that this will be an important data source for ETS and will also be a helpful tool for the City of Edmonton Youth Council to inform their work in the years ahead. Next slide. So in conclusion, we want to thank the Youth Council for the report on this topic. This aligns really well with our focus this year on improving the youth rider experience and previous discussions we've had with Council about this. This has provided us an opportunity to highlight some of the work we've been doing on this topic, and it's also brought to our attention that there are opportunities that we can have for further collaboration between ETS and the Youth Council, and we look forward to working with them more closely in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If you two both want to stay in your seats, and I'll invite the other four, it looks like there's 4 seats there, if you don't mind coming back up, and we'll do questions of the full delegation. Really appreciate both of those presentations. It's a great starting point for our conversations. Mayor Sohi, I believe you selected this item?
Yes, I did. Thank you so much. Just want to thank the Youth Council delegation for being here today and undertaking this work. This is very, very important information, and it reinforces some of the previous reports as well as what we heard from other users as well. So thank you. Really appreciate the work. Just want to know from this to Youth Council, whoever wants to answer this, that we are making significant investments in public transit, not just in the LRT, that's billions of dollars, but non-LRT investments into improving bus service, replacing buses. I just want to know that you're aware of that, right?
Yeah, we're aware, and I think we're all sort of like within that conversation, and we sort of are kind of reading these things that sort of are going on, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, and I think the improvements are clear, and it's going in the right steps are going forward. But I think there's sort of like kind of communication mismatches in some points, and again, some perceptions aren't kind of matching with the actual realities, and so that's like an interesting like connection piece that can be explored. But yeah, I think more awareness would be good.
Absolutely, and just not just on the investment, but actually people's experience when they get on the bus or on the train. But having said that, I also acknowledge that we have a long way to go in catching up with the investments that are required, particularly in the bus network, because our population has grown significantly, but our bus hours, service hours have not kept pace, and there's significant gap that we are trying to grapple to tackle. So I want to thank you for your work. Over to ETS. Just building on that question. I know there's few service package coming forward during SOBA. They will make some difference, right? And we will still have a gap. I think we had discussions earlier on. So what are some of the ideas that we can actually look at giving you that certainty and predictability over time that you can go on with closing that service hour gaps?
So I think further to the reports on August 29th, it's really about addressing the gaps by investing in bus service. So we need access to buses, which is a capital expenditure typically. We need a place to actually store the buses, so that satellite facility opportunity is really unique and can be a short-term solution until we get our bigger facility near Ellerslie through the funding that was approved by council last year. I think overall moving forward, there are opportunities to talk about, and we've had funding tool reports. We've had 2. There's a 3rd one coming next year to talk about, and that was the intent of it: predictable, sustainable, ongoing funding for transit service, so we maintain service levels.
Since that report, I've been kind of thinking about like how can we give you this predictability in the funding, and I think one tool that we did not explore, I think is worth exploring. It has some unpredictability around it. But it's an ongoing source. So far, has proven to be very sustainable and ongoing, which is the EPCOR dividend, right? We do get that money on an ongoing basis. It does fluctuate, but it gives you some certainty and predictability and allow you to plan for the long run, right? I'm kind of thinking in that, well, that way. I haven't had the chance to fully explore it yet, right? But there's something to, I want to, like, would that kind of long-term sustainable funding would help?
For sure, and I think we know our costing really well in terms of, what it takes from an operational perspective to grow service. Each bus, we know the cost, we know the service hours we can plan for each and every bus as we grow and add those to it.
Yeah.
So I think absolutely, finance can weigh in terms of that particular source, but just having access to that regular ongoing investment would definitely allow us to plan our service.
Because there are 3 areas that consistently hear from Edmontonians: ice and snow and ice, public transit, spring maintenance, clearing of debris and all that, and the turf maintenance. I think these are the kind of areas that we are constantly coming up where Edmontonians want us to focus more on. Yeah, thank you.
For sure.
Maybe I'll come back after.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Tang.
Thank you very much. Again, excellent job with the report, with the presentation from Administration and, of course, the Youth Council. I think I've said this earlier to the other committee reports. This is exactly the kind of I think, policy advice that we will want from advisory committees to share your lived experience about how we can improve. So first, with this Youth Council, what is your response to administration's response on kind of how they would address some of those gaps and recommendations?
I think just looking over, kind of hearing from the presentation and then seeing, their response to our report, I think it's just really important that we go forward kind of, with a collaboration in mind, kind of working together, kind of seeing, from our side, being able to bring in the youth's perspective, and just making sure that ETS is able to hear those perspectives, hear those opinions, and ensure that those voices are heard when they're making their decisions in the future. So I think going through the presentation and what they said, I think a lot of the work they're doing currently is really listening to what the youth want and really helping the youth when it comes to transit, whether it be payment or comfort and security. And I think we just want to see a lot more kind of work done, just making sure that the youth voices are heard and they're kind of we have we're able to work together in the future to make sure those voices continue to be heard.
That's good. Yeah. Did you want to add anything, Ellen?
Yeah, I think, again, as I said, I think things are being done, and I think it looks good for the future, but also I think there's some recent stuff. It's pretty recent. The implementation of this is pretty recent for some of these things, right? And I think that experience hasn't yet sort of matched and kind of reached the place where kind of youth are feeling more comfortable, and I think that's working towards making sure that yes, youth are comfortable in the LRT and all these things is still a fairly important thing, and I think there's still some areas, I think, in terms of even. And I was thinking about the school specials, and specifically access for me as someone from the southeast is also not sort of the easiest thing still. So again, it's good, and I'm sort of kind of enthusiastic about the progress that's going on. But again, there still continues to be kind of some of those kind of places those gaps that I think have to be filled.
No, I really appreciate those feedback. I was wondering. Have any of the youth council member ever watched a council meeting when we have our transit safety updates? The fairly comprehensive, and I'm curious how those kinds of conversations, perhaps not directly impact this research, but if you've ever kind of looked in on or listened in, how might it inform, what you shared today, or has it? And appreciate your point. I think that's a really important one that. The perception isn't really matching up to the reality, and so I'm very mindful of that. But I was thinking when I read it, when I was like, oh, I wonder if any of them seeing some of the transit safety update, and how does that inform?
I think contextually, we had to sort of have some sort of space. We read up on past reports that were done. I think I didn't, and I don't think anyone else kind of engaged in those watching those videos, but I think we did try and sort of look at where are things at now, and what reporting has been done specifically in that sort of youth angle. And I think that's where we did start. But again, we can.
No, I think that's great to do some of that research beforehand to inform your research and kind of synthesize those together, right? And then I thought it was interesting you said, because I know we administration responded in terms of student or youth fare will be reduced, but you also mentioned reasonable fare increase. What does that look like? I feel like reduced fare makes sense to me, but what does reasonable increase look like to you?
Yeah, so when we were kind of thinking about it, like I think in terms of like reasonable fare increases, it's just like something that is still sustainable for youth to be able to like, every day like youth, they're still able to use transit and it's still like a reasonable price for them. So I think like in terms of what we were thinking with like reasonable fare increases, it's just not necessarily like having a certain set price. It's just like if the increases need to be made, it's still the price is still low enough that youth are able to afford going on transit daily. Yeah.
I don't see that come across when it comes to fare policy very often, so I just wanted to ask about that. And I have a few more for administration, but I'll come back for my second round. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just have a few quick questions. Oh, excellent. Before I go to my questions, I'm just really pleased to have the opportunity to welcome the Nigerian delegation visiting from the Ministry of the Niger Delta Development Company. So welcome. We're delighted to have you join us. This is our Urban Planning Committee. This is our Mayor, Amarjeet Sohi, and you've already met them? Perfect. Very happy to have you here. We're talking about transit investment and youth on transit, so very pleased to have you join us. I will start just by saying thank you so much for the report. I thought it was really excellent, and one of the things that stood out so clearly to me and I thought was so well articulated was just how important transit is for youth who are not only using it now, but also what that looks like moving forward. So I really appreciate you flagging that. And I think, really validating some of the directions we've started taking, but reinforcing the importance of those and adding more nuance to those actions that we need to take. Just want to touch on this topic of sort of the communication. Wondering if that's sort of broad communication, just in terms of channels. Is it, are we using websites appropriately, apps appropriately? Like, are there other mediums and channels that you think could be useful?
Yeah, I think all the websites and apps are great, and also I think in places like universities and schools, a lot of the outreach goes into channels that not a lot of youth read a lot. For example, like there's undergraduate digests to go out, so there can be things like going on campus where youth will just see it, or maybe in some like Instagram accounts that represent the programs. I think those sort of more informal channels will also help it reach more youth, since they'll check those a lot.
That's a great point. So sort of bringing the message to platforms that we're already accessing, already seeing. That's great. Well, maybe just to administration, I know that the city of Edmonton does have some social media accounts. Do we ever look at engaging social media influencers, for example, or just being a bit more dynamic in that communication space?
So we haven't. I mean, we use a variety of social media tools. We can certainly take that feedback back to our communications team and see if that's something. We've certainly responded as well to the different post-secondary publications, but maybe we could be more proactive in reaching out to them with updates and see if they're interested in partnering.
Great.
So I totally appreciate the feedback. I think it's really important. Half of our revenue comes from youth riders, like huge segment of ridership, and we want to make sure we can reach them.
Absolutely. Well, and this is all above my social media knowledge as well. I'm very basic, but I think that type of feedback, and even again, which newsletters, which publications are the ones that have the reach, I think is really helpful feedback, allows the team to be really targeted. But on that point, Ms. Houghton-McDonald, it is incredible how big of a portion the youth, especially given that they pay a lower fare, so to make up such a significant proportion means that there's a huge number. Just wondering if there is best practice research from other jurisdictions around that youth ridership retention, so that as they cease being used, are there jurisdictions that do that really well in terms of retaining folks, and what can we learn from them?
So that actually fed into our fare policy redesign. So we merged products together and increased the upper age limit of our youth category to 24 and under. That was very strategic to say, we understand that sometimes you finish university a bit below that, but want to continue to offer a financial incentive to keep going with transit, then you can transition into the other products. So that piece, I think, is an important lever. In terms of academic research, not that I can think of, but we could certainly dig in to see if there's more. But we absolutely believe in creating that culture of transit usage. And it's okay if people go from being a very frequent transit user to a sometimes transit user. We just hope that they don't completely drop off. But faring was one of the big tools for us.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I hadn't thought about that implication with making it 24. Great. Well, really excited for the work and the ongoing collaboration. I, again, really appreciate Youth Council coming forward with that voice and the team for responding so effectively, I guess. Effectively and robustly, I guess, is the word I'm looking for. I will go now to Councillor Salvador for questions.
Yeah, thank you so much. And thanks so much for the excellent report on both fronts, and to Youth Council for bringing this forward. I thought the response from admin was also very comprehensive. So maybe just a few questions. I'm really excited about all the actions that we have on the horizon when it comes to enhancing service. But I also recognize it can take some time to see the results of those changes, even if we were to implement everything tomorrow. I guess I'm looking for a little bit of feedback or commentary from administration around what we can expect in terms of, timeline, how those results will be monitored, and what we anticipate in terms of improvements over time.
So from a bus service perspective?
Yes.
Okay. So, if there were to be funding decisions made to, let's say, pursue the buses and the satellite garage facility, the facility we would have access to next year, we would order the buses immediately. We would anticipate being able to put those buses into service as soon as we get them, which is going to be early in 2025. So there is a bit of a procurement timeline, about 12 to 14 months is what we're anticipating. We want to pursue hydrogen buses. Really excited about the hydrogen fuel cell opportunity. So that also further just means we need a bit of time to get that processed. But we'd be looking at service additions. It would be in the first part of 2025.
Okay, that's fantastic, and that's really helpful. So when it comes to actually standing up satellite garages, getting buses out on our roads, that's one aspect of it. And I guess this loops into larger conversations around transit safety and security. That really seems like sort of an ongoing iterative process with multiple intersecting challenges. And when it comes to safety and security in particular, I guess the best tool would be, the best way to plug into that conversation would be our regular updates around transit safety. Would you and maybe this is to Youth Council, it sounds like you haven't necessarily plugged into those in the past. Is that something that you would be interested in listening into and maybe finding ways to help communicate some of that information back around what council is doing to make improvements to safety and security?
Yeah, definitely. I think we'd be very interested in seeing the direction that council's taking in addressing these issues, and also ETS, of course. And that kind of gives us the scope of what the city's interested in and what the future currently looks like. So we'll be able to provide more relevant feedback on if this is what youth are looking forward to and how that will play into the future. So we're definitely interested in participating more and just listening in on those updates so we can better tailor our research too to reflect those questions and see what you think about these issues.
Fantastic. And maybe just one last one. How do you want to stay involved in this conversation? Because I really value having the youth perspective around the table. We regularly are talking about transit in general, and would love to be able to have your perspective here sort of more consistently, and in a bit more of a back and forth style conversation. So in your ideal world, how do you want to be sort of made aware of relevant items, relevant reports that would be yeah, of interest to the youth committee?
I think specific to youth council, it would be just like, I feel like it would be nice to have a bit more context. I think it's in the research process, it was sort of like we had to bear that responsibility of kind of having to figure things out, having to find the right resources, and kind of filing through that. And I think it would be amazing if we had sort of access to people from ETS coming to talk and giving and having that relationship that's more sort of developed, so as to like so that the feedback is sort of like very direct, and we're not having to sort of kind of go through these barriers and having to sort of like again kind of have these fears of like, okay, is this sort of like the correct path, all these sort of things, right? Having clarity in the context of the situation would be great.
Okay, that sounds fantastic. And maybe just really quickly to admin, do you think there would be opportunities in the future for ETS to maybe come and present at a youth council meeting, things like that?
Yes, Councillor, we're very happy to do that. We've already connected with some of the youth council members as a result of this report, and happy to come and talk about the work we're doing and answer any questions with them.
Fantastic. Wonderful. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Tang?
Okay, yeah. Great, thank you. I guess just to follow up on that last question by Councillor Salvador, I've noted that the last ETS Advisory Board Youth Report came in March of this year, and I think their research period actually overlapped perhaps with your research period, which is March to June of last year. And so, to me, it's a bit, disjointed that we now have two reports, and I kind of wish, and I know that there's ongoing conversations among all the advisory committees, which is great. I will just continue to encourage that kind of coordination, because I think you together, you would present a much more wholesome picture, right? Because you have the ETSAB perspective and the Youth Council perspective all focusing on a particular demographic and leveraging the support and help from administration. So anyways, I just want to flag that because I think that's important. And I also appreciate how some of the recommendations you've noted, it wasn't just focused on security measures. You talked about safe consumption services, you talked about housing, and you're making that much broader connection, and I really want to commend you for that. For administration, just want to get some clarity on the youth fare reduction. So that's the service package that we approved last fall, right? And what's the age range? That's so 15 to 24 is the age range.
So it's 24 and under, and that was part of the user fee schedule submitted as part of the base budget submission. So by approving the budget, all the user fees were approved.
Yes,
yeah.
I knew that, and thank you for the reminder. But I'm cognizant that we're not talking about this report today, but there is a report on Friday around youth under 12.
That's right.
And I know that report there is a financial implication, but is there not an opportunity here? Like I'm seeing two fare reduction activity going on.
Yeah,
one
so
doesn't encompass the other.
It does in some ways. So and we'll talk about it on Friday in a bit more detail. So the revenue amount that we flagged Friday is what we collect from within that category, those that are 12 and under, currently purchasing the monthly products.
Right.
So everyone who purchases the youth monthly pass, those who meet the criteria 24 and under, will benefit from this price reduction across the board, all the youth users.
Gotcha. And then I guess the one on Friday, which we'll get into on Friday, is more focused on sort of a different segment.
Exactly.
Of different fare product. Gotcha.
It would be, if I may, it would be the same segment, but the motion on Friday is to make it free for that group, 12 and under, whereas right now, 24 and under pay a monthly pass price, unless they're riding with somebody with an accompaniment.
So it's a bit of a sort of augmentation of this fare reduction, go above and beyond what's currently approved.
Yes. Yeah.
Not that we're debating a report that's not at the table today. No, this is great. I appreciate this, and did you you want to put a motion on the table? If it's okay, maybe I'll just put the motion to receive this information on the table. I think that's what it is, right?
I think we're going to move receipt of information for both items.
Yes, receipt of information for both reports, 7.4 and 7.5. You know, I think it sounds like there's going to be ongoing conversation between administration and youth council and really valuable insights. And it also is a good way, I think, of serving as a bit of that checkpoint, that accountability, and we continue that conversation of improving transit for all users, and you know, youth is such an important part of that. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tang. Mayor Sohi?
Yeah, thank you. Just, it's not that I want to add more to your plate, but I do want to share something with you that I heard from during my engagement with the frontline bus drivers and security folks. I had a session with ATU 569 members, and there were close to 20 of them that came. And one thing that they identified, which is concerning, is that they're noticing more and more kind of lack of appreciation for the work they do, right? And so this might be an opportunity for Youth Council and City Administration and maybe ATU to kind of think about what are some of those underlying reasons that they're feeling less appreciated by the users of the system. Something to, you know, I don't know if you have any thoughts to share on that, or, you know, administration have any thoughts to share on that.
I think we've heard some of those concerns. We do share all of the compliments that come in, and anytime someone submits something to us, if it's a card, if it's an email, we're sharing it in the garages. We want the operators to see that, but I think where we can improve as users and as riders is thanking them. So saying thank you when we're boarding or when we're disembarking. If someone, you know, goes above and beyond, acknowledging that verbally with some comments, it can really brighten their day. But I'll take that back to our team as well in terms of, are there other campaigns we can do to encourage that kindness and just that sharing between people?
As a former bus driver, I can tell you, whenever somebody getting off the bus, and if they just looked at me and said, "Thank you, driver," that made my day. You know, and it goes a long way to, you know, continue to provide that quality service that Edmontonians rely on. So I know something to think, some creative ideas from young people to think about, like how to appreciate a bus driver, right? And what can you say in that appreciation that they feel valued?
Yeah, I just also kind of wanted to add, I think sometimes when there's like other issues with transit, I think like we addressed earlier in our report, kind of like with comfort and security, kind of with payment. Unfortunately, sometimes like when there's like, I don't know, you kind of feel unsafe on buses, it might reflect on the bus drivers, which is not accurate at all. But I think sometimes in a way to like, in order to kind of fix like the relationship between the riders and the bus operators, the bus drivers, is just to kind of make sure the environment that both riders and the operators are in are as good as it can be. And I think just kind of echoing what administration was saying as well, is just maybe providing more awareness, more education on why the bus operators, bus drivers should really be appreciated, even if there are like other issues with transit that riders may be facing.
Yeah, because what I heard is that, you know, during COVID, they were out there providing very, you know, important, essential service, and coming out of COVID, a lot of mental health issues and other things that the community is going through, and they see those and experience those on a daily basis, because they also serve the vulnerable population, and they carry their own trauma, right, when they experience that. So appreciation goes a long way. Okay, good. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I don't see anyone else to speak. So we will go for closing comments if anybody wants to sign up. But I think we've all shared most of our perspectives. So, Councillor Tang, any closing comments?
Just keep up the great work, and I look forward to the next kind of the next report you bring forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Thank you again so much for our whole delegation. Really appreciate all the work that's gone into this. We are now on to Item 7.6, the Regional Agricultural Master Plan Regional Context Statement. Bye to our visitors. Thank you again so much for joining us. So I'll just give a moment for administration to come up. Great, so the floor is yours whenever you're ready.
All right, good afternoon. My name's Ian Gallagher. I'm Director of Regional Development, and today we're here to talk to you about the Regional Context Statement for the Regional Agricultural Management Plan. With me today is Gibby Davis, Senior Planner with Regional Development, and on the line is Holly Salou, Manager of Emerging Economy and Economic Investment Services. All right, so this report provides an overview of the City of Edmonton's Regional Context Statement that outlines how our Municipal Development Plan, which is our city plan, complies with the recently approved Regional Agriculture Master Plan, also referred to as RAMP. The Regional Context Statement is required to be complete by December 20th, 2023, and we're seeking authorization for administration to refer it to the Edmonton Metropolitan Region Board for information. Policies within the city plan align with the key objectives of RAMP to conserve prime agricultural lands, minimize premature fragmentation, and promote diversification and value-added agriculture production and infrastructure. The Regional Agriculture Master Plan was approved by the Edmonton Metropolitan Region Board in 2021 and the Government of Alberta in 2022, and is part of the Edmonton Metropolitan Region Growth Plan, also known as the Growth Plan. Members of the EMRB are required to bring their municipal development plans into conformance with the Growth Plan and RAMP. For urban areas, this includes the completion of an urban agricultural plan, which already exists in Edmonton with our food and urban agricultural strategy called FRESH. City administration has determined that the city plan and the city's food and urban agricultural strategy, FRESH, are compliant with RAMP. Thank you. We'd be pleased to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Mayor Sohi, again, I think this was selected by you, so happy to turn to you first.
Thank you. So both city plan and FRESH are in compliant with the regional agriculture master plan.
That's correct.
Are there any other things to flag within our plans that that we need to be aware of related to the growth plan or the RAMP?
We explored consistency with RAMP specifically. So the growth plan itself, we had done a regional context statement about 4 or 5 years ago when it was approved. That was when the previous iteration of our municipal development plan was in place, and we highlighted a series of things that needed to be implemented, and they were with city plan's completion and approval in 2020. So for RAMP specifically, there's a couple of items that we've flagged that are kind of optional, where there's some language in RAMP that is enabling, not necessarily mandatory, and so we've identified those for potential future updates to city plan, but nothing that's...
What is that? What is that? Give me an
Yeah,
example.
so an example would be there's a mapping exercise that shows prime agricultural lands in the region. We could choose to include that. There's another one around soil management that could be included, but it isn't. Neither of those are mandatory to be included.
All right. And under our city plan, our goal is to accommodate future population growth, half of that within existing communities, half in suburban communities in a way that it's still kind of, what is that word? Contiguous, right? Like it's more, it's not fragmented, right?
Yep.
That is, it is more coordinated and doesn't leapfrog. The substantial completion conversation that we are having, right? Are they kind of fit into the growth plan and the ramp?
It would be consistent with them,
So
yes.
would be.
So RAMP actually contemplates a similar policy approach, not implemented yet, but to be considered at the next major refresh of the growth plan.
Okay.
RAMP actually suggests that a similar conversation happen at a regional scale as well. Okay. So I think we're ahead of the curve on this,
yeah, okay.
Rather than behind.
And my final question is related to Edmonton's desire or us want to be more aggressive on industrial growth. I think we're losing that when I look at, industrial growth happening in surrounding areas. I think we're losing that edge, or maybe we never had that edge, but I think we're losing that. And we want to make sure that we have enough land available within our city boundaries to continue to, or be more aggressive on industrial growth. How does that fit into RAMP?
I would say RAMP doesn't constrain that at this point. So the lands that have already been identified through city plan and through the growth plan for employment in Edmonton all remain in place. RAMP didn't constrain that in any way.
Okay, but those are kind of commercial nodes and all that. They may not be appropriate for big industrial warehouses, right? That the south of the city or outside of the city are being built, right? So that's what I'm trying to get at, right? Areas that might be allocated as agriculture or something now, right? How do we make sure that in the future we are able to actually grow and expand industry?
I think the easiest way to answer that is the limitations aren't coming from RAMP, okay. I would say. Okay. There may be limitations in activating some of those lands, but RAMP is not the cause.
Okay, got it. Okay, yeah. That's why. Just need clarification on that that we're not adding another barrier. We have many other barriers around taxes and services and all that when it comes to industrial growth. Okay, got it. That's all. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you. I just had a few quick questions. Really appreciate the report. I think, as you say, it's great to see that we are sort of ahead of the curve. I think what really stood out to me was just the relationship of RAMP with substantial completion, knowing that that's a very active conversation that we're having. Does the RAMP define what premature development of agricultural land is? Like, do they provide any parameters around that, or it's just a general statement around?
It's more a general statement. And it goes back to some of the principles that are already in the growth plan around compact and contiguous development. So ensuring that, there isn't new development happening, 3 kilometers away from where development is now, for example. So trying to keep those things closer together and it creates some certainty for the agricultural producers as well to know that, there isn't going to be a new subdivision happening right beside their production.
And then does RAMP introduce any accountability mechanisms? So I know for EMRB, again, if we weren't to follow the growth plan, there are, ways that we are held accountable to that. Is it similar with RAMP? Are there mechanisms?
So RAMP itself has actually become a portion of the growth plan upon its approval. Okay. So the accountabilities of the growth plan are the same with RAMP. This regional context statement process is another accountability measure that the members are required to undertake. And if they do need to make amendments to their municipal development plans, then they have another year to complete that after the regional context statement is complete. So yeah, there are a series of mechanisms.
Great, thank you so much. That's really, really helpful. I appreciate the report. Yep. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, just a couple quick questions that I think, like my colleagues, I was also thinking about the substantial completion conversation, so glad that's been thoroughly asked. just so I can understand the importance of this context statement, I mean, I think it's all great, and I agree with it. How long is this good for?
So it's effectively a moment in time. So with further updates to the growth plan, there could be further requirements to do regional context statements. So, for example, there's an interim review happening right now, and depending on the level of change in the document, the EMRB may require members to do additional regional context statements again in the future. This is effectively good until we have to do the next one.
And all member municipalities are developing their statement.
Correct.
And potentially some may not comply, and that they have that time you have mentioned too.
Yep.
To make sure that they do comply, and then maybe the next round there's some new things that we will have to kind of examine and see if we comply.
Exactly, yeah.
Right, okay. This is not actually quite related to the ramp, but I was just curious from, planning, and the report kind of triggers some question for me in terms of that Warnerville area in the southeast, where it's kind of like on its own. But if we want to not further fragment rural residential, and we don't necessarily want to see country residential, finding some way of addressing development issues there will be aligned with, whatever was discussed in this report. Would you say? We'll wait for Kim to come up here. Sorry, I am looking at you. Apologies, this is a bit of off track, but I figure I'll take the moment to get that confirmation.
I think so, Councillor Tang. This is aligned with, the Warnerville context would be supported by the substantial completion work and other planning work that we might do in that area, but as well as district planning. Sorry, that's what I was thinking.
So, right. I guess a follow-up to that. So let's say we don't, if we don't touch Warrenville, and I know there is a motion out there, but if it just left the way it is, because it is hard to kind of consolidate some of the landowner wishes and try to do some master planning there. But let's say we left it there, wouldn't that over time actually violate the intent in this context statement? Because we're then perpetuating country residential, we're tolerating fragmentation. And I know that's a bit of a one-off example.
Yeah, I think there's some pre-existing situations that are challenging to deal with, and I think what RAMP and the growth plan are attempting to do is prevent creating more of those situations where they kind of get encapsulated in growth over
That's
time.
A great point. Okay, and so not retroactively kind of address it, but just providing that mechanism moving forward. Okay, that's actually really good clarity. Thank you. That is all. Thank you.
I will move the recommendation that Urban Planning Committee recommend to City Council that the Regional Agriculture Master Plan, the Regional Context Statement as set out in Attachment 1 of the October 11th, 2023 Urban Planning and Economy Report UPE 01950 be approved, that administration be authorized to refer it to the Edmonton Metropolitan Board for information.
Thank you. I'm not seeing anyone signing up for questions or speaking to this, so happy to move to the vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. Thank you very much. That was very efficient. Obviously some very clear information, so thank you. I'll now make a motion that we move into private for item 9.1.
So moved.
Thank you. You go ahead. Councillor Tang can move that, and please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. So we'll give a moment. Great. Thank you so much. We will have a motion from Councillor Tang on our last item.
Sure. I'll move that the October 11th, 2023 Urban Planning and Economy Report, UPE 01616, be received for information, and that this report remain private pursuant to Sections 16, 21, and 24 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Thank you. Seeing no one signed up to speak, I will call the vote.
Yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. I believe that motions pending are no longer pending, which concludes, or does anyone have notice of motion or motions without customary notice? No, then we are.
I think Councillor Rutherford did have a notice of motion.
Yes, well, and do I still have to formally withdraw my motion that I was going to do?
It was never put on the floor, so
I don't need
if
to withdraw anything.
we can say
Okay.
that you are not intending to make that anymore.
And then I do have a notice of motion. I just need to pull it up. Sorry. Okay, so I intend to make at the public hearing on October 16th, 17th, and 18th the following motion: that administration provide an attachment to UPE 0193993 construction site safety and accountability impact assessment report that highlights the specific roles and responsibilities involved in the construction process, i.e. from permitting to occupancy, and identify what changes or improvements have taken place in the last 20 years for the following: a permit applicant, the owner, associated professionals and parties with the project, and the city as the authority having jurisdiction for the administration of the Safety Codes Act. And that administration provide a report including a review of the Castle Downs Point construction documents, timelines, and any other historical information that is relevant, and share any lessons learned on construction accountability and development and monitoring processes, and create an advocacy strategy to other orders of government to strengthen construction accountability.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Seeing no other notices of motion, we are adjourned at 3 o'clock. Thank you all so much.